Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Grilling JR with the voice of professional wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross. Talked to Jim this week, and he didn't think he had the stamina to record this week. So let's keep JR in our prayers and send some positive vibes his way as we plan to bring you a brand new episode of Grilling JR next week. What we're in for today, though, is, well, something a little different. We stumbled across a MidSouth episode that really felt more like a Dark Side of the Ring, perhaps, with some of the rather disturbing conversation. What we're going to do today is revisit both part 1 and part 2 of a really controversial episode in Grilling JR history that, as I said, we wound up sort of calling the Dark Side of MidSouth. Just want to give a heads up that normally what we're talking about here with JR is the good old days of professional wrestling, and we don't really tackle the major issues of life. You know, it's always just silly, fun wrestling stuff in context. That's not exactly what this episode wound up being in certain spots. So just wanted to give a disclaimer for anyone who may have that sort of trauma in their rearview mirror and aren't really in the mood for that today. Totally get that. In the meantime, let's take a listen to, a different time, the territory days. We talk with good old JR about MidSouth, and things get a little dark right here on Grilling JR. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Grilling JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross. Jim, how are you, man?
I'm good. Are we on?
We're on. Excited to be with you this morning too, bud.
Happy. We're recording on Monday, back to Monday. We're getting ready to move that around, I hear.
We are. I'd like to start doing it on Friday with you, get a little fallout action from the weekend's events. Of course, this Friday night, Rampage is going to be coming to you from Detroit.
Yep.
And
big crowd expected. I heard that we had some of the folks that are watching this on Thursday, let's say.
Right.
They already saw the size of the house, but based on the advanced ticket sales, I believe that we were about 8,000 tickets sold.
That's awesome.
For Detroit, and it's good. It's a good house. So, Raphael Morphy does a hell of a job in putting us in these towns, and he uses his past relationships after working over a decade with WWE in the same basic role. He's done a good job of fitting these towns in where they got a little bit of identity and separation. So, anyways, it's a good week. I'm going to, as most people will see this, I'll probably be getting settled in Oklahoma. I'm going to go back for a few days and,
cool.
And see, check on my JR's Black Hat Farms project. So, I'm so, my granny said one time that about something, and essentially meant ignorance is bliss. In other words, sometimes you don't know how much trouble you're in until you're already waist deep in it, type deal.
Right.
I've never worried about this project. My youngest daughter she's brilliant. And I know that sounds, well, what else are you going to say, JR? It's your kid. But I mean, she really is. She's valedictorian of her class. Bixby High School. She was #1 film student at Tulsa University. She made straight A's, high school and college. So she's bright. And so I'm going to go back and check and see how all that stuff's maturing. I don't talk to them every day. I don't check up and find what did you do this? What did you do today? What's your end of the day report? Blah, blah, blah. Things I should do, considering how much money I've invested in this project. But, my theory was, and I hope this is going to be accurate because it's my story and I'm sticking to it, is I wanted to do something for my kids tangible like that while I'm still around.
Right.
And, as we all know, Connie, our tomorrows aren't guaranteed. So I wanted to get them started on this thing. If it hits, they're set. I bought land. We're going to build growing houses. Our dispensary in Tulsa is going to open in, I think around Memorial Day, somewhere in that window. So I'm going to go back to Oklahoma and probably go to a few happy hours and see my buddies and talk a little OU football. Same thing you'd do if you were in Tuscaloosa.
Absolutely.
You know, that's what you do. So it's going to be a good week for me. I'm looking forward to it. It's funny, Conrad, isn't it, that the older we get, the simpler things in life become more important.
Yes, sir.
It's really, really crazy. Hug somebody today, folks, that you love. If I was there right now, I'd hug Conrad. It'd be a little weird, but it's all right.
Hey, we've done it before. We'll do it again. I wish we were doing it this weekend because House Rules is back. AEW is going to be in Corbin, Kentucky this weekend and Salem, Virginia.
Yeah, it's cool.
So if you haven't already, pick your tickets up for that. And by the way, I just want to give a quick plug. It's really cool to go to a television taping for wrestling. It's awesome to go see AEW on a live Wednesday or Friday or certainly a pay-per-view.
Right.
And if you haven't been to a house show, I can't encourage you enough to do this because, I mean, let's be honest, at a television taping, you're not really the priority if you're in the crowd. They're playing for the camera. We're playing for the larger audience at home versus a show that's just for you, that's catered to you, where there's no hurry up and wait, there's no commercial breaks. Go out of your way to check out a live event, a non-televised live event. AEWTIX.com is where you can pick up your tickets. Of course, at the end of the month, Memorial Day, of course, in Oklahoma, everybody's going to be celebrating the dispensary. But Double or Nothing will be here before you know it, May 28th in Las Vegas. Tickets still on sale for that, AEWTIX.com. But if we're talking about tickets, Jim.
Hey, wait a minute, Conrad. You know, we're coming to Huntsville.
And I'm going to be there, and so's Cassio Kid and Dave Silva. I'm pumped, man.
Well, that's 6 seats right there.
Yeah, it is. We're the whole front row just by ourselves. You guys sold a lot more than 6 seats. You're over 60,000 tickets sold for Wembley. All in two. Here we come. Jim, you and I were talking before we clicked record. Outside of WrestleManias, this might be the largest crowd you've worked in front of, no?
I think it is, Connie. I think it is, actually. Now that we started talking about it, I kept thinking, well, what else? Because I've done stadium WrestleManias, a lot of them.
Right.
But I don't think any of them ever topped. I don't know that I was on the one in Dallas. I don't think I was. That's when things, I was not booked regularly on these pay-per-views and things. So, yeah, I'm excited about it, man. I'm glad I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing.
Right.
That's the great thing about my career. I've done it all without sounding like a jerk. All roles. I've done color. I've done play-by-play. I've been a host. Blah blah blah. So I don't know what I'm doing, but it doesn't matter. I'll be a part of the event, and that's what's going to be cool as hell.
Yes, sir.
You know, guys like me are. I don't know how many more rodeos I got, and some of that decision isn't really up to me, but nonetheless, I'm excited as hell about this trip. I always enjoy going to the UK. We've done some meet and greets. I sent maybe if I can find it, I'll tweet it out. There's a fan over there that's got all these tattoos, and one of them is Lawler and me.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, I thought it was cool as hell, and I got pictures of the guy. So if I can think about it and find them, that's just kind of they're dedicated. My point I'm trying to make here, you long-winded bastard, is I just admire their passion.
Right.
And because we haven't been there, they're even more passionate. So I'm really excited about this whole thing. Congratulations to Tony Khan. That was a ballsy move. That's a huge financial investment to staff, run the stadium. So it's a good thing, man. I'm so happy for our company, and I wish I was in I wish I was in a position to see the expressions on faces of the talents when they go out headed to the ring. That's when it strikes you. That's when you get engulfed in the passion and in the enthusiasm, and you can't prepare for it. You say, "Oh, I've been in business 12 years." You ever done anything like this? Well, no buts. It's different. It's like the first time I worked Madison Square Garden. It was special. And this is going to be very special. This is a moment that for all of us that are going to be involved, Conrad, are going to be remembering, hopefully fondly, for the rest of our life.
It's a once in a lifetime event. If you haven't made plans yet, what are you waiting for? Pick up tickets right now, AEWTIX.com. It's going to be here before you know it. Time flies, man. And maybe there's no better example of that than today's topic. We're going to be talking about early JR, Jim Ross in Mid-South, and what your experience was like there. Of course, we should remind everybody that Mid-South Wrestling was originally NWA Tri-State Wrestling.
Look at my goddamn haircut. I should be slapped.
I love it.
God
For
damn.
the time period, that was great.
Yeah,
Look at everybody else's hair, though, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, you and I talked briefly about this topic.
Yes.
And Dave, can you put that graphic back up? Now, these guys all basically started in Mid-South.
Magnum TA, Rock and Roll Express, Midnight Express, Ted DiBiase, Dr. Death, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. I mean, on and on and on.
Yeah. Hall of Famers after Hall of Famers. And the one thing about these dudes, everybody you see on that graphic, I hope you're watching on YouTube, except for me and Boyd, Boyd Pierce in his colorful suit. Everybody just they're tough guys.
Yes.
And the system of territory wrestling made one tougher than hell, especially mentally tough, because you essentially, if you're getting what you want, you're never off the road. I mean, never off the road. Every night was a different town. I remember when we didn't run on Sundays, and that ended up being two days on Sundays. That was the day we do our TV Mid-South taping in Tulsa on Sunday nights, every other Sunday night, 1 hour show. We did record 2 of them. And then we would go from that afternoon, we'd be in Oklahoma City, and it's a 90-mile drive on the interstates, nothing. And do that. So it was a hell of an ordeal. And of course, the reason I say they didn't want to be off, if they were off, they didn't get paid. There's no, well, you're off. I unbooked you, so here's something. There ain't no shit. Nothing.
Right.
You work, you get paid. You don't work, you don't get paid. That's the formula. So I sit back sometimes, and maybe at times in my life, because I've been really, really busy at times, I worry that I forget about Mid-South and how I got started. Because look, let's be honest about it, Connie. If I hadn't had my run in Mid-South and sitting under the Cowboys learning tree, along with Ernie Ladd and several others, I wouldn't be sitting here today. I don't know what I'd be doing. Probably be a coach or a teacher or something like that. But
I'll be honest, I've had a lot of fun on our show over the years, just talking about some of my favorite memories of wrestling with you and getting some insight on the little details that we didn't see on camera. But on a show like today, I'm reminded of the time that we did the Houston wrestling episode with Bruce. And I really didn't know much about Houston wrestling. I mean, I knew who Paul Bosch was, and I knew some of the guys who went through there, but
yeah,
I learned a lot, and I'm hoping to learn a lot today. And we did our best on research here, but I'm sure you're going to set the record straight on a lot of this. And if you're an old school wrestling fan, this is going to be an episode that's right up your alley. And I will say this: what's old is new again. You'll see people borrowing ideas from this era in modern wrestling all the time. Like, here's a little known fact: that giant North American title that existed way back when, that is sort of what the AEW title is based on. Like, the inspiration for the current AEW world title is the giant North American title. And there's all those pretty iconic photos of Magnum TA and guys like that with that giant, massive belt. That's really what they were looking for. And so, maybe you can get a peek of what could be coming in the future just by taking a look at wrestling of yesteryear. And when we think about that, especially like early Jim Ross, we got to talk about Leroy McGuirk. He was the guy who was really running NWA Tri-State Wrestling a former amateur and professional wrestler himself. The territory covered not just Oklahoma, but Arkansas, Louisiana, and a few towns in Mississippi, Missouri, and Texas. Is this the wrestling you grow up on? And tell us, how you first discover or hear of this territory.
Well, I watched McGurk's TV show every Saturday for most of my life. And the TV we got was out of Tulsa. I lived about 100 miles east of Tulsa in a little town called Westville, home of the Westville Yellow Jackets. And my family came there to that county before statehood. So I had land down there. It's been in the family since the 1880s. So my roots are there, and I watched wrestling. If I was a good boy, because my dad hated wrestling and roller derby, I got to watch wrestling and roller derby on Saturday afternoons. They ran back to back. It was a dream come true. Roller derby led off, and then it rolled right into championship wrestling. And a guy named Danny Williams was the announcer. He was a local TV personality in Oklahoma City, and I think they did it was a studio show. We did with one coverage camera. They call them the hard camera a lot now. You see them with the TVs and things. That one area is always separated. The hard camera's there. And we had one handheld. That was it. You had two cameras. I was in the business a long time, Conrad, before I even used a set of cans like this. It was a stick mic, and you couldn't hear yourself. Now, the glory of that was, as I grew to know at times, is that you couldn't hear from anybody. You took your time cues from the handheld camera guy, because he just switched his camera around. There you'd be for your little on camera. And, then my first broadcast partner was Mr. McGurik, who was blind.
My goodness, that's a challenge, no?
Yeah. Well, you got to understand your audience, I guess, and see, he's got to communicate with me, because I can see and he can't. And I'm the play-by-play guy and he isn't. So let me lead the dance.
Right.
And, that was one of the big adjustments for me. When I came to AEW, and after getting moved to Rampage, but basically just doing color as an analyst. I like being an analyst. I like doing color. So, and I think I bring something to the table, a different perspective, and I don't take myself too seriously. So I like I like working with Leroy was challenging, Conrad. I had to be very graphic. I had to be very, where he could see, like radio, the theater of the mind. And at the end of the day, I probably talked too much, like I am now, but he was just really an interesting man to work with. And I didn't realize how much influence I had until maybe 10 years later, because he was going by what I said, and I'm a friggin' kid just trying to do this job of my dream job, but with two mics and two cameras.
Talk to me a little bit about Mr. McGuirk, because I know that I've been fortunate enough to see your live show in person, and as I understand it, you're going to be doing some more of those later this year, so stay tuned for that. But I've seen your show in person, and you tell a story about making a road trip with Mr. McGuirk, and
yeah,
as I understand it, back in the day, he liked his cigars, and well, something happened. Can you fill in the blanks for us there?
Yeah, we did TV production on Tuesdays in Shreveport every Tuesday. So even though the shows were taped on Wednesday night, you still had to do the inserts. Here's Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He's going to be in the Baton Rouge on Wednesday, blah, blah, blah. So you still had to go down there. So I'm taking him down there. Of course, he didn't drive well. I did the driving, and that was an adventure. God bless him. He's a tough old bastard boy. I mean, he was that Irish. He was All-American at Oklahoma State. He's a national champion amateur, and he had a short fuse, very short fuse. I remember one time taking to the bathroom, and I was on one of my gigs. I'm probably the only guy in wrestling history to take Leroy McGuirk to take a dump and wash the McGuire's backs in the shower.
I think you're one of one there, pal.
I think so.
Yeah.
That should give me booked to some of these appearances I'm on right there. Just those two things. So, I don't know where I was, but I'm having fun talking about this. I can tell you that. But McGuirk was just he wrote all his own publicity. He was
You're
in
doing a car
journalism.
trip with him, if you recall.
Well, the car trip was okay. Thank you. We're driving from Tulsa to Shreveport. It's about a 5-hour drive, I think. We have this one little greasy spoon little restaurant on the side of the road that he liked to stop at because it was just an old diner type thing. And he liked their fresh vegetables. That's another thing I learned to do. Feed a blind man. You ever feed a blind man, Conrad?
I have not, no.
You got to put the potatoes at noon and the green beans at 3 and the chicken fried steak at 6. And you had everything had a place.
Got
and
it.
That's what I would tell him. And he would know then to go as his plate set in front of him and what he was getting. A lot of unique little things I learned. I'd also never driven in a Cadillac. Leroy had a Cadillac. And so that was another first. It's a lot of firsts. So, but on the way down there, he says to me, he always carried an old time satchel, leather satchel, like you'd see in these old movies and stuff. And I don't know how old the damn thing was, but it was a high dollar leather custom made satchel, which means it was kind of an inflated briefcase.
Mm-hmm.
And we get back in the car, or I'm trying to think where he showed me the gun. He had this biggest goddamn handgun I'd ever seen. It looked like one of those Clint Eastwood guns, dirty, hairy thing. And I said, "What, Mr. McGuire? Why do you need that gun? Why do we need the gun?" And he said, "Well, I'm going to kill Ted DiBiase over at Shreveport. Matter of factly, like I'm going to order green beans. You're going to put them at 3 o'clock." So I make a phone call, and we didn't have cell phones, so when you made a call to lower the rate, you would call collect, and you call, and they say, "Who's calling?" And it was always the same person. For some reason, they used Gene Kaninsky as the person always calling in, who wouldn't get the phone call, the collect call accepted, but they would, they would do their thing. So Cowboy starts laughing. I said, "Well, I don't think it's so fucking funny, to be honest with you, Cowboy." Bill. And, but what he was going to have me do was I was going to take him to the Alamo Plaza Hotel, check him in, leave his door cracked, and his chair was going to be sitting right in the door. So when the door opened, it was just right there. And he had this huge fucking handgun that he was going to blow DiBiase away. You know why? Because DiBiase was secretly dating Mike McGuirk. And Leroy had a hard, fast rule. My daughter is not going to date any wrestlers. So he was very set on that deal. He was very serious. Hey, if you're talking about murdering somebody,
that's pretty serious.
You're pretty damn serious. So I'm thinking to myself, driving into Shreveport, what am I going to be charged with? Accessory to murder? What the hell's going on here? So luckily, as the story ended, we know Ted DiBiase did not get killed.
Right.
He made it through. Cowboy met me at the Leroy's room. Cowboy stayed in the same place and took over the reins. Because by that time, Leroy had already gone through a half a pint of whiskey just out of the bottle. He drank every day. Every day I was ever around him, and I was around him a long time. But he was a hell of a professor to teach me wrestling. And it's all fundamental stuff. And sometimes I get too heavy in the fundamental stuff, even in today's world, because especially I don't think the young talents really want to hear it. Fundamentals. And so Leroy taught me fundamentals. And then, of course, Cowboy was a genius. And he had a lot of confidence in me, which made me want to work with him more.
Right.
It's pretty cool stuff, man. So I had a great undergraduate, graduate school type arrangement. And then I topped it off with Vince. So my education is still ongoing. None of us can just sit back and say, okay, I don't want to improve anymore in my life. I like everything just like it is. And that, my friends, is a recipe for disaster.
I know that, just being sort of the handler, if you will, for a blind guy has got to be tough. Something I've never asked, though, and I'm not really sure, because you told us he was an amateur wrestling badass, but
Yeah.
how did Mr. McGuirk lose his sight?
Well, he lost one eye as a kid, some kind of backyard accident, running, playing stick, boom. But he went through high school and college with all that amateur athletic success with one eye, sight in one eye. So he overcame, stubborn, focused, and a hell of a wrestler. Some of the greatest pictures I've ever seen to this very day were him wrestling and during his wrestling days. He had a big run in Hollywood, not as an actor, but as a wrestler, because wrestling was big there at that point in time in Hollywood. So he had pictures taken with, Gorgeous George and James Cagney and Jack Benny and Lucille Ball, and they were at the events, and he was signing autographs for them or shaking their hand or whatever it may be. So he got to be big, and got over, and then he got blinded. To finish to answer your question, in the early 50s, in a car accident. Now, there's various stories about the car accident. Some say it wasn't a car accident. He got poked in the eye in a fight. That sounds romantic, but I don't know that happened. I can see it. He's confrontational, and it could have happened, but I don't think it happened. Here's why. There's an old-time wrestler named Bob Clay, Cowboy Bob Clay from Muskogee, Oklahoma, who was with him. Now, Conrad, you've been in the business long enough in your unique role to know that wrestlers have a hard time keeping a secret. And by your laughter, I assume you agree with me.
That's fair to say. Yes, sir.
And so if all these years and one wrestler knew what really happened because he was allegedly there, don't you think it would come out by now?
Yes.
Of course. Because wrestlers don't keep secrets very well. Unless it's from their wife or significant other. So that's how he lost his other eye. And then he got very committed to the blind dog causes, not blind dogs, but dogs for the blind.
Right.
I one of my jobs was to go to the public library and get him these books on it's like a big album, like a record the size of an album. But what it was these they were books, audio books, and I didn't know they even had such a thing.
Right.
That's before us what we're doing, Right. And so he was an interesting man. I learned a lot from him. I learned more about the world and sometimes what not to do. He was very verbally abusive to his wife. He was a very nice lady. But I can see how he could be bitter, and he drank too much. So I used to get a kick out of his conversations with Moolah. He hated talking to her.
Why's that?
She always wanted to be booked. Moo, he'd say, he'd call her Moo. Moo, you were just here a month ago. So Moo didn't have any bookings, enough bookings, shall we say. And he was just funny in hell. So the phone would ring, and he had a one office. Of course, the lobby office is where it was. And it's whoever answered the phone said, Leroy, it's Moolah. And then he'd go off on one of the great promos of all time. God damn that bitch. I don't want to talk shit. She's a pain in the ass. She didn't sell any tickets. Blah, blah, blah. Then you get on the phone with her. He'd say, hi, Moo. Like he just couldn't wait to talk to her. Hi, Moo. So Lillian Ellison was a pain in the ass to Leroy McGuire. I can imagine that. So anyhow, that was just part of this whole trip. It's just, the Leroy stuff is just amazing. And he was volatile, but he could hear things when he's calling a match. If I said Hodge body slams him, and of course the body slam, we were in a little building, it seemed about 100, and it was tight, and the acoustics were pretty decent, but it's just small. And he could embellish on the body slam by what he heard.
Right.
So it's pretty cool shit. When I think more about it, it's just I learned that from Leroy, or this Leroy did that. This is a first time experience, whatever. One of the things about that car ride from Tulsa to Shreveport, Conrad, is that he put the gun on the dashboard.
Mm.
Now I know it's loaded, because I don't know how they do in Alabama, but grown men don't carry unloaded guns.
That's right.
So we have this thing going on where we're talking about this deal. He smoked his frigging cigars, and I probably could have got by with smoking a joint with all that cigar smoke because it was stinky as hell. But that never happened. So we got the gun on the dashboard, and he's not paying any attention to flipping his ashes, and he got a coffee can, like a Folgers or some brand, big coffee bowl container, and that's what he used for an ashtray because he couldn't miss. The hole's this big, So he was still drinking. So here I got a big old 45 or 38 special or something, whatever the hell the numbers are, and he just, there he is with a gun. There's a man with a gun over there telling me not to be square. It starts when you're always afraid.
A blind man with a gun, just to add context here.
Oh,
and the gun is sliding around the dashboard.
On the dashboard. And in the meantime, he's not flipping his ash on a cigar. And Leroy wore pants probably at least one or two sizes too big because of the comfort in his perception. And his favorite brand, I don't know if they even make them anymore, were J. Mar Sansbelt double knits. And so because he bought such larger pants that he actually needed, there was a lot of slack down there. It was just, and so all of a sudden, not that I would have stopped him after him cursing me and putting the fucking gun on the dashboard loaded, it burned a hole in his double knits.
Mm.
And the big old ash, which was probably this big, I'm serious, burned through. Well, it's got to land somewhere.
Oh, no.
Yep, it landed right in his nest. So now he don't have a fucking clue that the ashes were even existing. He thought it's a routine, flip the ash.
Right.
And man, everything it shocked him. He didn't know what was going on. So now he's trying to hit himself in the balls, trying to put this fire out. And he's slinging his arms and slapping me in the face. It's like a Three Stooges routine. And I'm doing this, a car, trying to keep it in our lane. And so if the car's moving here to here, there goes that goddamn gun. Sliding down. And I stopped the car, and he wanted to know what happened. But when I stopped the car, I had to come around the car on the shoulder of the road to help him. And he still thought he was on fire. Well, I'm trying to figure out now, what can I do to help you, type thing. I didn't say that, but I did all that I could, which is limited, and to make sure that his double knits were not they're pretty damn flammable, quite frankly. So anyhow, he got I got the fire out, and I hit him in the balls 2 or 3 times, which was fun as hell. Hey, look, he'd been abusing me. And I had a good excuse. All I'm trying to do is put your pubic hair fire out. He should have had Manscaped.
Spring is here, so it's out with the old and in with the new. But don't splurge on anything new without getting cash back in return when you use Ibotta. Ibotta is a free app that gives you the most cash back every time you shop on hundreds of items, from groceries to beauty supplies to toys. So you can make sure you're beating inflation no matter what you're purchasing. The average Ibotta user earns $256 per year. That could cover the cost of an entire shopping trip. Maybe that flight you've been eyeballing or the fancy dinner you've been craving. Other apps give you points that don't amount to much. But with Ibotta, you just add your offers in the app, upload your receipt, and you get real cash out to your bank account, PayPal, or gift cards. Join the over 50 million users and earn cash back every time you shop from over 2,700 brands and retailers, including all of your favorite grocery stores, Lowe's, Macy's, Sephora, Best Buy, and more. Right now, Ibotta is offering our listeners $5 for just trying Ibotta by using the code GrillingJR when you register. Just go to the App Store or the Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app to start earning cash back and use the code GrillingJR. That's IBOTTA in the Google Play or Apple App Store and use the code GrillingJR.
For something.
Let's talk about what happens in 1970. Mr. McGurik has enlisted several part owners into the territory. He's going to be working with Fritz von Erich, Vern Gagne, and Cowboy Bill Watts.
Yeah.
Watts, though, has decided he wants a bigger share of the pie. He wrote in his book, quote, "I gave Vern my notice and then called Leroy and told him, look, I'll work out my deal with you when I get there, but I'm coming home to be your partner. I started making some calls, booking talent. And when Vern called me on it, I said, yeah, I'm booking talent there. Fuck you. You're out. Vern and Fritz knew a good thing, so they met and agreed to make me a full partner. The next thing I knew, I had 17%. Vern and Fritz each had 20%, and Leroy had the remaining 33%. Leroy sold the other 10% to Danny Hodge, still his top star. Man, Bill Watts is just the man here, just calling his shot and saying, this is the way life's going to be. He's a big star. He's got some leverage. That's an important thing to have in wrestling or business, is it not?
Yeah, it sure is. That whole deal, he wanted to make money, obviously, off the sale of tickets, because that was 99% of your revenue, ticket sales to live events. And there were no pay-per-views. All the normal things you see now that we take for granted did not exist. So Cowboy made that deal, so he had access to talent. So he had all those guys had stars that had name identity. Von Erichs, for example, Fritz, or excuse me, Vern didn't have as many at that time. It didn't seem like that had national exposure, but I know that they did. And and you could never get too much Nick Bockwinkel because he was just amazing, among others. So I think that it was a talent thing, because you'll soon, as we talk about this, you'll soon see how Cowboy reversed the trend, and that percentage that Leroy owned was mighty attractive.
Let's talk about how you get in, because as I understand it, you are doing a fundraiser in college and somehow get involved. Or talk me through how you first come in contact with the territory and have a chance to really be an asset to the business.
Well, I went to college at Northeastern State University in Tahlequah, and I was a member of the Phi Lambda Chi fraternity, kind of like you'd think, with me in it and others, kind of an Animal House type deal. but they meaning McGuirk and Cowboy would run a commercial, a crawler or something to let people know that you could sponsor championship wrestling in your facility and to raise funds for your charity. And I remember the deal. I did so many of them. I booked them, and I just ran the shows, promoted shows. I wasn't the only guy that did it, but I was one of the guys because I could make more money. The more you work, the more money you make.
Right.
Learned that really early on. In pro wrestling, it's never more true. So the deal was it was an 80-20 split. We got 80. And out of our 80, we provided the wrestlers and the ring and all that shit. And they got 20% of the gate, and they kept the concessions. So that was a simple deal. And I learned to promote. I mean, I learned to work with the local newspapers and radio stations and things of that nature. So I was just continuing to get that education by opportunities presented to me by Leroy and Bill. So look, Conrad, they had a bunch of extra old time fair to Midland when they were good ex wrestlers around. It was who could get to the trough early. In other words, who's going to be involved in a double knockout at the office to get their check or not, whatever. So I got a great education in that deal. But it was 80-20 split. I did a show in our college gym in Tahlequah. I think at that time it was known as Redmond Fieldhouse. I don't think they're even Redmond anymore. Politics got that deal killed, even though it's the capital of the Cherokee Nation. Get that. Their team forever was known as the NSU Redmen. That's not politically correct anymore, apparently. So they changed their name to something else. I don't know what it is. It's non-existent, non-meaningful to me. Riverhawks or something like that. And I had loved going to school there. I met my first wife there.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I sure did. So anyhow, that's another story for another podcast, which will never happen. So, Grandpa's I got grandkids now, that lineage. My daughter's she's a licensed physician assistant. I thought about that, how she had trouble with high school math, and now she's writing scripts and giving shots and all that stuff. So I'm proud of her. But anyway, where were we talking, Conrad? I was talking about something.
Well, we're talking about how you first get started, and you wrote.
Yeah. Let me finish that.
Yeah.
And so we went to the president's fraternity and myself. He was also a huge wrestling fan, just like me, to the point of being a little bit needing an intervention, maybe. We went to Tulsa to meet with McGurik and Watts to close our deal. And really all it was just a way for us to get 2 free tickets to the wrestling matches that night on Monday night in Tulsa. And so the little meeting we had, just to dot a few I's, cross a few T's, et cetera, was done after the live event. And Cowboy was in the main event that night. I think he wrestled maybe Harley. Anyway, the match was stopped due to too much blood, believe it or not. And they had a good match. I remember that. And we got first or second row seats. It was pretty cool. Then we had our meeting. And then we had that show, and it sold out. It sold out with Hodge on top. Then we had a second show later on. And Cowboy headlined that one. And it also sold out. So my little track record, I was 2-0, so to speak. And anyway, Watts told me there in that night, he said, "Look, kid, I don't know what you're going to do when you get out of college. How much you got left?" And I said, "About a semester." He said, "I don't know what you're going to do when you get out of college, but if you are interested, I might have something for you to do." I thought that was the greatest news I'd ever heard in my life. Had no idea what it was. Had no idea what I was going to get paid. How that evolved was I was going to become a catch-all. I was going to get $125 a week, and what other little gigs I could pick up on. Like if I went to those spot shows, the Kiwanis, if I haul the ring behind my vehicle, I got a little bit more money. So everything all the add-ons I could add on, I did, so I could half-ass make a living. There weren't a lot of trips to the mall at that time. Times were a little bit rough, but I was learning so much I didn't even realize. Later on, all came on like a big light bulb.
What year was that, do you think, if you had to guess?
74.
Just to put that in context, though, $125 a week would have been $765 today.
Yeah.
So not a ton of money.
No.
You can pay your bills if you're frugal and skirt by, but you're right. You're going to need to pick up whatever you can. And I think what I've learned in my research, correct me if I'm wrong, this first show you run, Danny Hodge is on the show. Is this your first time seeing him live in person?
He was the main event that night. I don't know who you worked with. Maybe Akbar, Skandar Akbar, maybe. But whoever one of the top heels were, and Hodge worked with him. Of course, Hodge went over. And those shows like that, you just don't outsmart yourself. As a rule, you're going to let them go home happy.
Right.
Simple thing psychologically. But yeah, I saw Hodge. No, I saw Hodge down the road in a little town called Stillwell. They had a spot show when I was in high school, and I convinced my mother to go to take me, because I knew the old man wasn't going to go. He ain't gonna get out of his chair, so he ain't going. So, but Mom went, and we got two of her girlfriends went. Then then the picture started clearing up a little bit. There were a lot of good-looking guys in underwear with good bodies, and so all the ladies had a good time. It's oogling, window shopping, I guess you'd say. So I saw Hodge work there. He worked all those shows because he was the draw.
Right.
And so then when he came to Telequart, Northeastern State, he still was on top. He wasn't quite as solid on top then, as he was before, because Cowboy was in, and Cowboy was redoing the roster to where he got some bigger guys in there so he could work with them. Hodge working with a 200-pounder is that's hard to pull off. I've always said it about the Undertaker. The greatness of the Undertaker could be described in the fact that he can make a match with anybody competitive. And here he is, a 7-foot babyface. That's tough.
It is tough.
So anyway, those two opportunities to promote shows. I gave, I think what really got me hired, I wish I had a copy of it. But I think what got me hired was I gave Cowboy a post-event report, which he hadn't gotten since he bought the territory. He didn't know what I did. He didn't know. And because we're a nonprofit organization, all the things that we did, like buying radio spots, were free.
Right.
The radio stations was going to compass some spots, the local station,
as a public service announcement, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the budget was there. It didn't need to be a budget, so it worked out. It worked out fine, and I think that report may have probably sealed my deal, because I was organized. The young, full of piss and vinegar college kid who loved wrestling and still does.
You wrote in your book, the way Watts described my initial job with Leroy was, you're going to pick up Mr. McGurik in the morning and bring him to the office, run errands for whatever he needs, help him out around the office, then take him home. I quickly learned that what Leroy needed first, before anything else, was his daily El Producto Presidente cigars and a pint of whiskey.
Yep.
And every other Tuesday, you'll be responsible for getting him to Shreveport for TV, Watts continued. On those days, I was to make sure that Leroy's coat was buttoned and fly was zipped, and that he was wearing the right shirt with the right pants, basically making sure he was presentable for the television cameras, where he would then color commentate the matches. And you also would continue that, man, this is not without incident. Right from the start, I got a double shot of the Leroy McGuirk Bill Watts philosophies as they routinely butted heads. Their arguments, though, were a masterclass for me to witness. I was frequently exposed to two professors who had different theories on how to make money in the wrestling business. Within a couple of weeks, I saw that McGuirk was the figurehead boss who had enough clout to make changes to a card. He was brilliant when sober, when it came to verbalizing the basics and the psychology of a wrestling match. I could see that behind the smoke and liquor breath, Leroy was an extremely smart man. The two philosophies, though, can you tell us how they may have differed with McGuirk and Watts and their approach to the business?
Small things like Cowboy would be willing to do more than one DQ on a card. McGuirk would not. Cowboy wasn't a big fan of draws unless it led to something. And Leroy had no issues doing. It got predictable. Fans that get there, they get the first match is one fall with a 10-minute time limit. So guess what's going to happen? A 10-minute time limit draw.
Right.
So the predictability of Leroy was more formulaic. Cowboy was more Wild West. Leroy built his platform on wrestling. I harken back to Saturday night when Cody beat Brock Lesnar.
Yes.
With a wrestling hold.
He did.
A nice counter. And I know Lesnar got kicked out at 3.5. So what? That cannot be made an issue, at least in my eyes. But it just shows you that smart booking and strategizing is this wrestling shit still works. So anyway, I lost my spot again.
Was the talent split? Like were there Leroy guys?
No, they're cowboy guys. The old school guys, Conrad, the guys working underneath who are just happy to be booked. Old school guys, 50 years old. Guys like a Jack Pesic or some of those other guys, Tretch Phillips. And of course, they were in the Leroy's office. Cowboy wasn't in the office every day. He was there most of the time. But it's always ironic that the older talents who knew they were just getting to hang on right now because they need to fill the card in the bottom of the card. They knew when Leroy was there every day. And so they go in there and kiss Leroy's ass and knock everything and knock everybody. And here's the problem was I was in there too because I was Leroy's valet, his gopher. So I heard all that shit. And when you're a 20-something-year-old kid, I was 22 years old when I got into business. I didn't know right. I didn't know what I was hearing was accurate. It was disturbing or whatever. I just didn't. It was a tough spot for a young kid like me to be. I had to process all this info. And of course, I was not like any other of those talents. I acquiesced to Cowboy. Cowboy was my guy. And if I heard, and those guys are stupid as hell, let me even be in the room when they're having their little private meetings and knocking everything. So what they're doing, they're knocking all Cowboys booking. And so I had to sit there and listen to that shit. So and as time went on, I knew what was right and what was wrong in that respect. But I was in a unique role there, and they were so stupid, those old guys, they didn't realize it. Why would you have me in there?
Right.
I guess they just thought I was harmless, Conrad, and I wasn't.
Leo Voss, you wrote about in your book as being someone who took you under their wing. What can you tell us about Mr. Voss? It's not a name I'm familiar with.
Great guy, tougher than hell. See, back in the old days, the referee had a lot more influence. Hell, some of them are bookers, and I know some of them are calling spots and basically directing or producing while the matches are ongoing. Come back, sell, wait, whatever. They're just little things, but they had a lot of influence. And Leo was a good booker, and he just had been around forever. He was an old shooter. Had no problem shooting you. I mean, shooting you. I found out that one of Leroy's confidants was on the police department, and he also was known to be a little handy with his firearms and stuff. It was crazy, man. It was really crazy. It's almost like a little mafia, but nobody got shot that I can remember. So anyway, Leo was also a very well known in that part of the world speedboat driver, and he had a bad wreck and messed up his eyesight, and so he was unable to continue as a referee. But he's so smart in the booking that Leroy kept him around, and Leo was very loyal. I remember Ken Patera I was just a rookie. I had never done this. They made me a referee under Leo Voss's tutelage. And so we're going over a finish or something, and Ken Patera's in the match, I believe, at that time. And he wanted to give me a bump on a DQ where he threw me over the top rope, and there wasn't no match, nothing on the floor. And it was kind of a dangerous bump if you'd never done it before. It may sound very mundane now. And so I remember Leo gave him a dog cussing, because all he wanted to do was it was a bully type thing. And so I had Leo was my guy. And so on those towns we would run like Little Rock or Fort Smith, Wichita Falls, Oklahoma City, Leo would ride with me. I would drive, obviously, but Leo would ride with me, and he'd give me he tutored me about how to be a referee. And I took a lot of pride in being a referee. It's a different world than it is now, because guys essentially either they're worried about doing it or they're not smart enough to do it, Conrad. But most of the guys in wrestling today in all companies basically don't fail to recognize or more importantly utilize the referee. It's just they're just there. So anyhow, but Leo was a real important guy in my career. He was a good man, and I thought the world of him. Conrad, he babysat me. He made sure an old guy like that getting a responsibility to put a kid, but they put this kid, me, in his hands to teach me how to be a referee. So now I can do promotions, I can do refereeing, I can do announcing, and then I can do ring announcing, I can promote shows. I figured that in this crazy business that I would be better off with as many tools in my toolbox as I could possibly pack. And so that was kind of my mission. I knew I'd find something I was going to be good at, or at least that was my thought anyway.
So by now we know that life doesn't happen bi-weekly, so why should payday? The money you earn can be in your hands today with EarnIn. EarnIn is an app that gives you access to your pay as you work, up to $100 a day or $750 per pay period. Just download the EarnIn app and verify your paycheck. Then access up to $100 a day as you work and even leave an optional tip. And any money you access plus tips are automatically repaid from your next paycheck. This is great if you're looking for that special night out. Maybe you need a last minute gift for a loved one. Maybe it's not something fun. Maybe it's an unexpected trip to the vet, or maybe you just have run a little short, need some help with the rent. Make EarnIn a part of your financial routine and join EarnIn's over 3.5 million customers who say things like, when I think about EarnIn, I think about financial stability, security. It gives me a lot of peace of mind. Download EarnIn today. That's spelled EARNIN in the Google Play or Apple App Store. When you download the EarnIn app, type in grilling under podcast when you sign up. It'll really help the show. That's grilling under podcast, EarnIn is a financial technology company, not a bank, subject to your available earnings, daily max, pay period max, and location. See earnin.com/TOS for details. Bank products are issued by Evolve Bank and Trust, member FDIC. So just to refresh everybody, so far what we've discussed is you're Leroy's assistant. You're helping out in the office all week during the day. You're going to promote some towns. And at night, you're going to be working as a referee.
All right.
You're really entrenched in this. But we talked about, you were trying to finish college before you got into the wrestling business.
I didn't make it. 17 hours and I left.
Had you finished?
Big mistake.
What do you think you would have done? Like if you wouldn't have gotten into wrestling?
I've been in education. I'd be somebody's athletic director now. I would probably try my hand at coaching until I found out that they didn't make any money unless you're on the special level. But I think education, my heart was in that, I think. And I might have worked might have bought a radio station or something along those lines. But I wouldn't have ventured too far away from what I'm doing now, or what I'm, the wrestling business. I would still be in communications of some sort, but I really enjoyed working with young athletes, and I think that's why I had so much fun in a very trying job as a head of talent relations, because that's kind of like coaching to me, and I approach it that way. And I gained a lot of respect from guys because I treated them as athletes and not entertainers.
What did you've talked a little bit about your dad on this program. What did your dad think of you getting into professional wrestling?
Oh, he thought it was short term, crazy. Again, as I mentioned, Daddy was never a big wrestling fan.
Right.
And because sometimes the boys expose the business themselves. The old deal where you Irish whip somebody into the corner, you follow them in, you mount the second rope, and you start raining fists down in the face of your adversary. Well, here's what I didn't even want to bring it up because it made me uncomfortable. But how is it these guys can get hit in the face about 10 times? Because it's 10 because you're going to count it out. You get hit in the face about 10 times. When all is said and done and the dust is clear, Conrad, there's not a mark on your other guy's face.
Right.
No black eye, no bloody nose, no busted lip, no nothing. And that internally bothered me because I thought it was an expose, even though I didn't know what an expose was. And so my dad would say, sometimes he'd watch with me. If Hodge was on, he'd watch, but he felt like Hodge was real. And so he would say, I would say, well, Dad, this guy's got thicker skin than regular people. Their skin is different. I was reaching for something. And I think my dad had like a spit take on that one. Like, Jesus Christ, son. So anyway, but Daddy was never, now when I started getting more notoriety, he started kind of liking that, because people would say, this is J.D. Ross, and of course, his boy is Jim Ross. He's does the wrestling on television. Oh, so, and Dad kind of liked that deal, little adulation. So at that point in time, he started becoming a little bit of a fan, which that was kind of cool. He was a fan before he died, so I liked that part. He was proud of me. I went home one time, Conrad, and I on a visit, and I had my year-end check stub in my wallet for some reason. So it was the last check of the year, and it had on there year-to-date taxes and all that shit. So he saw he said, "Are you doing all right?" I said, "Yeah, I'm doing great." I said, "Here, I'll show you something." So I showed him my check stub, and I thought he was going to have a heart attack. He couldn't believe how much money it was. And it was not, and what he was looking at was my withholdings. I said, "Dad, my year-to-date earnings are this number." God damn. So then he got like a father thing. He wanted to know if I was selling drugs.
Oh, Lord.
Nobody can make that much money announcing a fake pro wrestling match. Oh, yes, they can.
So listen, Jim, you talked about being a referee. We never really spent much time talking about that though. Are you excited to step between the ropes? I mean, here you are, a guy who's grown up a big fan. This was always a treat when you got to see the matches, and here's this really grand stage, and it's a sacred ground sort of thing. And
Oh
you
yeah.
don't cross this barrier, and oh, you have to know what you're doing to get in here. And I mean, all that sort of respect is really drilled into your brain. And now you're the third man in the ring. Are you excited, nervous,
Yeah.
anxious?
Heck yeah. And nervous, scared. I'm scared. No doubt about that. No lie. Excited. Because every match was a, I see yes, we have so many referees in all the major companies. I guess in almost all, even the Indies have got 2 or 3 referees there.
Mm-hmm.
So you spend time with the referees. Then has time. They have time to go over the match with the individuals involved, just to make sure they got their I's dotted and T's crossed and everything's cool. But when I was refereeing, I refereed every match on the card. So, and most of the time, a big card would be like 7, maybe 8 matches. And I call it, and one referee, here was booked, could have been Jerry Usher, could have been Jack Howell, could have been me, whomever was booked in those towns. They were, you worked them all. And that's why they had to be careful not to abuse the referee too badly before you got to the end of the night. So it made some, so in other words, if I took a bump in the early part of the match of the night and it affected my leg, let's say, for example, then I needed to limp or register the rest of the night on that leg. So it may sound, well, of course you would. Well, some people might not think about it that way, because you see a lot of guys right now that don't sell much.
Right.
All of a sudden they've recovered. They took a DDT and something else, and well, look at them. They're just going fire. So I don't get that logic, but it is what it is, I suppose. So I would, it was a hard job. And I mean, by the end of the week, you'd be sore, kind of beat up. Just guys pushing on you, shoving and leaning and everything. But I was having so much freaking fun. It was just awesome. So yeah, I enjoyed that little part of my life. And Cowboy would book me. I know that one of the reasons Cowboy booked me was because he admired the fact that I could roll a joint while driving. And of course, you steer the car with your legs.
Right.
Don't try this at home or anywhere else.
Steering with your knees, though, is the way to do it.
Yeah, that's what I did. So, and he was always impressed. We should have thought of getting a pipe or something. It'd been a lot easier. So anyhow, I think Cowboy liked that. That was one of my added-on skills. So he was funny.
Let's talk about some of the bigger matches that you would have refereed. You've told us before that you worked Harley Race and Dory Funk Jr.
Yeah.
What was some of the advice or some of the things you may have picked up from the NWA champions here?
Well, that's an interesting story. They worked in Tulsa at the convention center, which was the largest building at the time in Tulsa. And it was I don't think Cowboy was there. He had in and out and stuff. That was a little tumultuous, to say the least. Anybody's read my book, either Slobber Knocker or Under the Black Hat, you get a kind of a picture of what it was like there. A lot of ego, a lot of power plays, and all that. All those guys that would go butter up Leroy and knock all the booking, they didn't last long, ironically. Who'd have thunk it? Idiots. So, I mean, they were willing to screw somebody around for their $40 a night job and not have any remorse in that whatsoever. So, I did a lot of the NWA title matches. I mean, Dory and Harley was not the first one, or it might have been the first one, but it wasn't the only one. As a matter of fact, I even got flown to Kansas City to do a match there. I thought that was kind of cool, getting to ride an airplane to go to work. I don't think it's so cool anymore. But and then of course, at one run there, Conrad, Hodges NWA junior heavyweight title was the big deal. It was a big deal,
Right.
and I called those matches. It got me some heat with the older referees. I remember Jerry Usher telling Cowboy, said, "You're giving the boy," at that time, "you're giving the boy all the good matches, booking all the good towns." So, the guys they just give you the cold shoulder and stuff like that. And of course, I had good old Leo Voss. Leo, what do I need to do about this deal? Leo was it's like being in a nonviolent mafia, and Leo was a made man, and he knew where everything was buried, and he knew every trick in the book. He understood psychology in the locker room, which is where I've learned it's so important to have a locker room that can be as happy as it can. We have to understand that because of the subjectivity of booking, and that in the fact that the eraser is the most powerful weapon in wrestling, we have to understand that paranoia is going to run deep, and it's just never going to change. It's that way today. I don't care how much money guys are making. I do care. I care. I'm happy for them. Make all you can, man, and save and pay your taxes. Are you ready to walk away on your terms where you can pay your bills? And get debt free if you can.
Let's talk about what your schedule was like back then. For one crew, Monday was Tulsa, Tuesday was Little Rock, Wednesday was Springfield, Thursday was Wichita Falls, Friday was Oklahoma City, and Saturday was Joplin, Missouri.
Yep.
The other crew would work Shreveport on Monday, Monroe, Louisiana on Tuesday, Baton Rouge on Wednesday, Jackson or Vicksburg, Mississippi, or New Orleans, Louisiana on Thursday, Lafayette, Louisiana on Friday, and Saturday in Oklahoma City. What were some of the highlights or lowlights of being a referee and working all these towns here in Mid-South?
Well, there's a little political thing going on. Jack Howell was he wasn't a real good guy, and a lot of drugs, and I'm sure unlicensed weapons and things of that nature. But he was friends with Grizzly Smith. They hung together. When Cowboy went back, I'm trying to think of how it all came about, but Cowboy was not there, and I think the Leo may have been furloughed. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'd get some hellacious bookings from Grizzly. Grizzly wanted me gone because he wanted all those clubs getting a good shot at all those clubs that I was booked on, and I was making the more money than the other referees because the houses were bigger. That's all. And then it was a shits. I mean, I can't go from. I think I had one booking where I went from Lafayette, Louisiana, to Oklahoma City, back to Louisiana. Some little chicken shit, Homa or L'Oranger. And I said, I can see where the writing was on the wall there. Look, we're paying our own expenses.
Right.
We're buying our own gas. We're paying for our own motels. All that stuff, man. And so it was, unlike our federal government, I don't like to run at a deficit. So there you go.
And we don't get a chance to do this very often, but let's do a little word association with some of the names from the territory back then, because this is really a who's who. Lou Thez.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about Lou Thez?
Classic pro. If every wrestler that is in the business today handled themselves as honorably and with respect of the business and those that helped build it and are contributing to it today, the pro wrestling business would be absolutely amazing. He was perfect. Even from his look, he looked like Secretariat. He looked like a thoroughbred. He was always so polite and so friendly. So just think of yourself if you're a baseball fan, Connie, and you get to hang around Babe Ruth.
Right.
That's what it was. And for those of us that love pro wrestling and are passionate about it, if it was, it was a hell of a deal. Because Luthez, when I was a kid growing up, there wasn't a magazine you could buy that didn't have something, picture, story, whatever, about concerning Lou. So, but I love talking with him. We one of the funniest stories he ever told. He and I were talking about tough guys, and you find out that a lot of shooters like to talk about other shooters just because they admire them and stuff, respect. So Lou has this. We're talking about these guys, and I said he was talking about this guy and that guy who's tough. And Lou's go-to was the short double wrist lock, which people had rather call it Kimura.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same hold.
Right.
Same hold, but it's not as cool. So take that for what it's worth. So that was Lou's go-to. So if you got somebody that's a little froggy, you can bet your ass they're going to get the double wrist lock much sooner than later. So we're talking about all these guys, and I said the one guy he never mentioned was Hodge, Danny Hodge, and I said, hey, Lou, what about Hodge? He said, oh, wait a minute, that's a different deal. He said that's a different deal. He ain't like the rest of us. Type dialogue, but Hodge was universally respected in that regard. And for a guy like Luthez to say something like that and put him like in this little pedestal, I thought was sublime.
What about Dick the Bruiser? What can you tell us about Dick the Bruiser?
My biggest experience, I assume, with Dick the Bruiser, he was a special referee for a big match in Mid-South in New Orleans. And Cowboy would do that occasionally. Look at Bruiser's right. If you're watching on YouTube, look at the Bruiser's right arm.
Yes.
And look at that shrunken in bicep.
Yes.
Yeah. He tore a bunch of them. And of course, they just keep on working because if you didn't work, you didn't get paid.
Right.
So anyway, I went to New Orleans Airport to pick him up, flying in from, I guess, Milwaukee. I'm guessing. I don't know. Anyway, I knew where to go. I went to the gate. You could just roam the airport at that time. TSA was not invented to any degree. So anyhow, I go pick him up. He's wearing a lime green suit type thing. It was a suit with 3/4 sleeves, about right here. Lime green. He had a lime green tank top on, and of course the slacks to match the suit. And he was about 5 feet 8 or 9. He might have been 5'10". That's a stretch. So, but he walked bigger. As we were walking into my car, he walked bigger because he was so thick.
Mm-hmm.
And but he had that real harsh voice. He's everything you would think, Conrad, if you dropped into Pro Wrestling Island, Dick the Bruiser would be a normal habitant. He looked like a wrestler. He had cauliflower ears. He had the wrestler's blonde bleach job. He did anything he could to show off his shoulders and his arms. He's smart in that regard. But just general talk about wrestling. But I think I brought up football. I usually do when I got a football. Well, if I know my audience,
right?
So that's another situation. Back in my day, as Tony Gurria would say, I You couldn't buy a wrestling magazine that didn't have something about Dick the Bruiser in it. So but I enjoyed being around him. He didn't like putting the talent over, even if he was refereeing. He wanted to make sure he was over. And I've always wanted to scratch my head about those situations. But anyway, he made sure that Bruiser was in good shape and that the baby face was going over.
What about Skandar Akbar?
Oh, he's a wonderful human.
What a photo! If you're watching on YouTube, and if you're not, come on now, you got to go check this out. See Jim Ross in his referee shirt hanging out with old Skandar. Any good
Yeah,
Skandar
arm in arm. What's that?
Any good Skandar stories you can tell us?
Yeah, well, he was such a sweetheart of a guy. He was as much of a mentor to me in my early career as anybody.
Wow.
And we rode together religiously. And he was a good driver. He didn't abuse your vehicle. He kept it clean. He didn't bring shit in there and not throw it away. So, when you go through a drive-through, you want to it's your home, away from home. You're spending more time in your damn car than you are anywhere else, hardly. So, but he was another Leo Voss influence to me, in as much as the pitfalls. Watch this guy, watch that. Here's this. You try this next time. He helped me referee. He taught me more about refereeing, the nuances. And that's why I moved up the card. That's why I got the bigger towns. I was active and I was conscientious. And the first time I made $75 in one night, I was looking to buy like a farm or something. That was a lot of money, man, because I was making $25 to $40 a night referee on the other side of the territory. So making $75 is like shit. What am I going to do with all this money?
Right. So
it was, but Akbar was big on that, and he was really big on saving money and being economical on the road. For example, if you go to a Chinese buffet and it's open from noon to 3, you want to go about 2:30, and you want to eat for 30 minutes. And by eating at 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you alleviate the overwhelming need to eat. You're full. And so what that would do is it eliminate you having to have dinner that night. And by not having dinner that night, then you can save some money.
Right.
All about and Akbar was one of the best at saving that money going to the bottom line, saving the money. And he booked for a while. He wasn't a great booker because he was like Leroy in a lot of ways. He was very straightforward and very predictable. But I think Cowboy utilized Act best when he made him a manager or a group leader, so to speak. But he was a great guy. He should be in somebody's Hall of Fame. Skandar Akbar. He got his big break to finally go to New York. He goes to New York to work with Bruno, work his 2 or 3 matches with Bruno around. Maybe just one round. I guess it depended on how it drew. But he went up there for several weeks to do TVs and squash matches. Just fed him white meat baby faces one after another. Boom, boom, boom. And he was getting ready to get the break of his lifetime. And Bruno liked Akbar. They both were powerlifting buddies. And that's one of the ways the Cowboy got so close to Bruno was they trained together. And they lifted heavy. And a lot of the guys didn't want to lift heavy with Bruno because he was stronger than them. Their egos couldn't handle it. Cowboy was 500-pound bench pressure. So they both were strong as bulls. So anyway, Akbar is getting all these matches, all these wins. You're getting some interview time, blah, blah, blah. And along the way, Stan Hansen broke Bruno's neck. So that took Bruno out of the loop.
Right.
And Akbar never got his run with Bruno. I felt bad for him about that because it's like one of those dream come true things. You work in the territories, you work in these little shithole venues that got one bathroom for all the talent. God, that's miserable, Conrad. I'm serious. You can get coarse talking about it, but my God, you got one can,
Right.
one stool. It's horrible. It's horrible. Today's talents wouldn't stand for it. They wouldn't. So anyway, Akbar is a sweetheart. He helped me out of a lot of situations, and he's so soft-hearted. Somebody got word to him that was allegedly a friend to meet him in a bar near where we were staying in Shreveport, I believe it was, and he goes down there, and as he walks into the bar, he gets the regalia of club shots to his head and face with pool cues. Was like a rainstorm. He got the shit beat out of him. Walked right into the damn fire, unaware what was obviously going to happen. So he escapes. He got a lot of heat. He was a good manager as far as he wasn't afraid to get heat. Serious heat, Conrad. I'm not talking about somebody giving somebody the finger. I'm talking about somebody wanting to do physical harm to you. And so he never wilted. Good stuff. I like to remember those old days.
What about Bruiser Bob Sweetan? I haven't spent a lot of time talking about him here on the show.
No, I'll give you. He was a miserable, no good piece of shit.
Oh wow! Goodness gracious!
When have you heard? When have you heard me do that before?
Never. That's a first.
Yeah, Google a guy because I don't like talking about him. I think he got charged and found guilty of molesting children. Of course, he got along with Grizz then. What a fucking deal! I didn't need to be a part of that. My life didn't need to be a part of that.
Wow, yeah. I just a quick Google says his ex-wife Rebecca once said, "quote He's a waste of skin as far as I'm concerned. He fried his brain with drugs, deserted his children, abused them emotionally, physically, sexually, mentally. Goodness gracious."
Yeah, I was doing interviews in Fort Smith. Sweetan was the top heel at the time because he was Grizz's buddy. Some of those cats that Grizz surrounded himself with were, you look back and say, God almighty. I've often thought about if Leroy had not been blind, a lot of that shit would not have happened. Because there's no way in the world he's going to condone.
He didn't know. Wow, okay.
Didn't know.
Yeah.
We hear the rumors, but
right.
he'd been in the business so long that who do you believe in the pro wrestling business? You say, well, you believe people take them at their word. Well, you can take them at their word if you want to. And I got no problem with that. But I ain't. It's got to be proven to me. Or if it's just too damn dramatic, I just walk away from it. I don't need that damn drama. Nobody does. Man, when you get too wrapped up in problems that you cannot solve or affect, you're making a massive mistake in your life. So, but Sweetan was just a miserable piece of shit. So I'm in Fort Smith. We're in a little studio doing interviews after the show for the next week for Saturday's TV. I think we saw the little graph there that Fort Smith was on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. And so you do the show that night, then you go to the TV station and do promos and record the promos, and they would be dropped into the Saturday show promoting the next Wednesday. So there's one of our biggest sponsors is a car dealership guy on the car dealership. He brought his wife and his little daughter to the interviews just to see the guys and see how it's done and all that stuff. Well, Sweetan comes over. We're doing something. He comes over to me and says, "Man, I could make her purr." Oh, yeah, and I'm thinking, well, he's just a horny guy and on the road. And I'm trying to make excuses for the wrestler, and I'm assuming he's talking about the mom.
Oh Lord!
And he's talking about the little girl might have been 10.
Oh God!
Yeah. You got to filter. It's interesting what you got to learn to filter, Conrad. and it really is. Especially when I was so young and impressionable at that time. I made the right moves getting out, and some of my service was interrupted because I just couldn't handle the. I'm just a better. I think I'm a better human being than that.
You mentioned him a few times, Grizzly Smith,
Yeah.
and stories through Darkside of the Ring and whatnot have started to come out in recent years. And of course, most of our listeners are more familiar with his son, Jake the Snake Roberts. But were there any redeeming qualities about Grizzly? I mean, all we've heard is the really dark stuff. Did you ever have a good experience at all with Grizz, or was
Yeah. He wasn't always bad to me.
right?
I went around him a great deal. I remember after TV interviews a few times, he'd take me to lunch, which is unusual. Sounds mundane, normal, but in pro wrestling, you find that's not the way it is. It's just a different breed of cats, man. But that's about the size of it. Buying a meal.
Do you
I didn't like his booking. I didn't like his pointing me. He wanted me out because he knew I had value, and I was threatening, and I was young, and so that's kind of where I would leave it. But how he hung around there again. If Leroy had sight, if he had believed the right people, like his wife, then things would have been a lot different in that respect. Because it was so obvious, you know, we're just walk into a building and walk in, not hand in hand, but side by side with two, 12, 13-year-old little girls.
Oh God.
And of course, the boys are not going to say anything because he's booking and doing the payoffs. And then to give the report back to Leroy, he was, allegedly Leroy's eyes and ears. I don't know how much he told Leroy. He didn't tell him the whole truth. He couldn't tell him the whole truth.
Right.
So that's.
Do you think it was a don't ask, don't tell type situation where guys maybe suspected and assumed, but everybody was kind of afraid to ask?
Some of them knew Conrad because they participated.
Oh,
it was just horrible. It was just horrible. And lucky for me, when the referee assignments came out, the booking sheet came out, and if I was on the north end, the Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Little Rock, that end, and I didn't go to Louisiana or Mississippi, that was the south end, and that's where Jack Howe and some of his buddies went, and that was just run wide open. Drugs, women, children. It was horrible. So not having to get booked there, I sacrificed some money.
Right.
But I maintained some level of peace of mind. I went through some of the worst times in my life trying to figure out, am I at the wrong place?
Right.
At the wrong time, or should I just go do something else? I needed 17 hours to graduate. I wish I had graduated. If I had everything to do all over again, I'd have made sure I graduated. And I'm proud of my daughters who graduated. They got higher educations. But I stressed that all their life. You got to have plan B. Always have a plan B of some sort. It may be a stopgap, temporary plan B, but you got to have options. And you are the one that will create your options. So I just it was the Wild West, man. It was the Wild effing West.
You were pretty plain in saying you felt like Leroy would have stopped it, but he couldn't see it. Mm-hmm. Did Watts see any of this? How did he?
Oh, hell yeah. That's when Watts came back to take over. The Grizzly stayed around a little while, but
Sweet Ham was out.
Yeah.
A
lot of them were out. But you got a little territory. You got 16, 18 guys in a territory. So you can't just go crazy and clean house. What are you going to replace the guys that you're cleaning house with? Who's going to, who you bringing in to make? You still got to sell tickets, and it takes time to get people over. So you got to keep guys around a little while to get the juice out of them that you've invested. In other words, Sweet 10 probably lost a Cowboy 10 times on his way out. I refereed some of them. It's funny how guys work. When Sweet 10 will work with a baby face other than Watts and Hodge. Again, Hodge, like Luthez said, oh, he's a different deal. Hold on. Hodge, different deal. He worked different. He was a bully to all these baby faces.
Right.
And stiff. All that stuff. He hit me so hard one night, it bloodied my nose, and he did it on purpose. One of these deals. So where you step over just a little bit more so I get a better shot at you, boom.
Elbow right in the nose.
Right in the nose. So what I learned there, you know what I learned about that situation, Conrad? He was right-handed. 310, the worthless piece of shit, was right-handed. And I was breaking him on the right side. So in other words, I put my fat-ass face right in front of his boom.
Yeah. So
when I would going forward, I learned that you break on the opposite side.
Right.
And referees that are working a match with right-handed wrestlers and they're breaking on the right side are making a massive mistake. It's simple. Just take a step around.
Right.
Take a step this way or whatever, So it was, I learned a lot, but he was a bully, a bad guy, bad person. How would you even, I don't even understand, man, how he could hang around as long as he did. He had a long run. He worked at San Antonio and around Central States, this nickel and dime shit. He never got a big break. And the irony of that is he was a pretty good hand.
Why did wrestling allow a culture like this to exist back then?
Well, there was no sanctioning bodies of any magnitude.
But wouldn't promoters talk to each other? Like, why wouldn't so-and-so give a heads up to another promoter?
I don't know. I think it's just some kind of honor among thieves.
That's a shame, man.
It's like we learned a lot about the Italian mafia on The Sopranos. I still watch it on Facebook as expose my ignorance. But I have fun watching it. Those little clips.
Yeah.
I like those because they tell you that there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. Boom, boom, boom. I like that. It's quick. But it's just funny that in that world of mystique and mystery, so to in a large degree, it's just what guys will compromise themselves in doing. How many? Okay, here's a good question for you. How do you combat adultery in pro wrestling? If you're a responsible owner and you want to do what's right for the family of the talent you got, not only financially, but morally and all that stuff, then how do you condone those out of marriage relationships? I'm not saying you should. Maybe that's taking it way over the line. Probably is. But seriously, people turn their heads on things. And so I feel you're kind of between a rock and a hard spot. So crazy shit, Connie. Crazy shit, buddy.
Killer Carl Cox. Any stories you can tell us about him?
Yeah, one of the greatest workers I ever officiated. Tougher than son of a bitch, boy. Walter Herbig. Tough. Big star for Jim Barnett over in Australia. Cowboy worked with him here, there, and yon. It's one of the reasons. And then when Cowboy got all the rest of the points where he could hire and fire whoever he wanted, this is one of the first guys he brought in. And he got over as a babyface, even though he was a stone cold heel. He had a great program with Dick Murdoch. All the stories you hear about Murdoch wanting to do comedy are true. He loved doing comedy. He loved incorporating Three Stooges mannerisms into his act. So, and they got a good program going, and they're working on a Wednesday night show, and I'm in Baton Rouge, and Murdoch gets forced back into the corner by Cox. Cox then going to do something. Murdoch starts jacking around like this Three Stooges, Murdoch.
Yes.
Cox ain't going for it. So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's the fastest, hardest, silent killer I've ever seen of a right hand. Boom. And Murdoch's knees started wobbling. Cox pulls me into the corner with he and Murdoch. So, and the reason why was to help Murdoch stand up because he was out. And so, Cox and they'll lock up. Cox said, "Don't quit fucking around, Dickie. We're going to draw money here. We're not going to draw any money doing this comedy shit." So, and then Murdoch got straightened out and had a classic. Murdoch's probably the most underrated wrestlers I ever refereed or worked with or broadcast or whatever. And one of the reasons is just this story. He picked the wrong place at the wrong time to get his comedy in. But when he was motivated and focused, Conrad, he was awesome. Dick Murdoch was awesome. And Carl Cox was awesome. Carl Cox taught Murdoch a lot of things that Murdoch was doing psychologically. Carl Cox was so brilliant psychologically. He didn't have a great body, had an athletic body, he was in shape, body was tight. God damn, man, what a professor. Fans can want to go Google it or whatever. Go check out some of his matches. Watch how he locks up. I mean, I know guys in today's marketplace, if you locked up that firm with them, that they complain to somebody. So he was just both those guys. The Watts, see the talent, Conrad? Can you see the trend?
Yes.
The Watts was moving towards and what he wanted to build his territory around. Those guys were durable. They were professionals. They knew if they didn't work, they didn't get paid, and everybody wants to get paid.
We should talk about Dick Murdoch because as great of an in-ring worker as he was, and of course all those great memories and moments that he had with Dusty Rhodes, there's been rumors for years that he was a member of the KKK. Did you hear that back then?
Well, I saw his card.
Oh, really? That you could be a card-carrying member of that?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess you can. I mean, I wasn't. I had no interest in it, but bottom line is that Dickie was. I think that when he showed me his card, he'd just gotten it. That's what my take on it was. He got a new toy to show. It's like having a new phone in today's world or something. Yeah, he was a member. I never heard him talk about him. And I rode with him a lot. We got along great, but we didn't talk about religion. Murdoch, we're in New Orleans one night and we go downtown. I think we were already downtown at the Missile Auditorium on that show, big show. And I got a van. He loved to drive that van. And because I didn't have to drive, then I loved it too. So we go to this bar that Murdoch knew of and had contacts, bouncers and the bartender or what have you. And we go in there and this a beautiful woman, and he kind of lock eyes. And so she comes over and sits with us. I mean, I thought ostensibly, I thought all we were going to do is have a couple of beers and get on the road. So I don't think we didn't even consider drinking and driving. There wasn't an issue, yay or nay. That's not good. So anyhow, Murdoch and her getting friendly. They're not kissing, but they're snuggling.
Okay.
Cuddling, Conrad. Conrad, do you ever cuddle?
I'm a known cuddler. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
quite cuddly.
all right, you are, and I love you for it. And we should get life-size Conrad dolls for Christmas.
Shipping would be outrageous.
Well, I can just get to pick them up the front door. Come on by. I'll have your bear ready. So, God damn, I lost my train of thought.
Murdoch's in the back seat. Cuddling.
Murdoch's got to go to the bathroom,
Ooh.
and he decided to go to the bathroom just after his lady friend, had to go. Problem was, they both used the same men's bathroom. She was a female impersonator or a transsexual or something, but it was a man,
Right.
allegedly with all the equipment in place. And Murdoch was appalled. That would not go well with the Captain Redneck
Persona.
legacy persona. Yes, thank you. And so he knocked him out.
Oh,
Murdoch knocked the son of his colder than a cucumber.
my
I
goodness.
assume chill cucumbers are cold, but nonetheless. And he grabbed me up and said, "Let's go." And while they were gone, this guy comes over it worked in the bar and says, "Hey, I was Jim then. I didn't know there was no JR." He said, "Jim, that woman that's talking to Dickie, talking to Murdoch, ain't a woman." And so by then, the hustle and bustle, if you're doing a movie scene, it spills out, and the lady is not cold. We leave the bar almost like we'd robbed it, frantically, running down the street to get back in my van, parked down by the river, and Murdoch, we get in, sit down. He's driving. Of course, he's going to drive. He's got to drive. He's a redneck, and so he's sitting in the driver's seat. All of a sudden, he reaches over and grabs me by the shirt like this, and God damn it, scared the hell out of me. And he said, "If you ever tell this story to anyone, I'm going to kill you." And so I kept that story secret until after Dickie passed away. Kept my word.
My goodness, what a cast of characters here. Let's see if we can get maybe a story of a different kind. What about Ron Garvin? That's a name we haven't spent a lot of time talking about.
Oh, a tough guy. I always admire Ronnie's work ethic, and he's a smart guy. The thing that stood out to me about Ronnie was Ronnie owned and flew his own plane, and so he was one of the guys that would, zip from this town to this town or whatever. Guys always wanted to ride with him, of course. But I like Ronnie. He's smart. I don't know how his financials are today, but if I had to gamble and bet, then I would say he saved a lot of money.
He's doing all right.
Yeah, he's and it's boy tough too. Boy. Don't when you talk about tough, just genuine street fighting, bar fighting, parking lot fighting guys. I thought maybe a T-shirt, parking lot fighting. He is one of the toughest. One of the toughest. When I saw him, I hearing all this rigmarole about him, I thought he's got to be a pretty good sized guy because I never worked with him. You can't tell how big or not a guy is on a magazine picture. It's a little tougher. So, but he Cowboy brought him in. So Bill bulked he bulked his locker room up with veterans, Conrad, that knew how to play the game.
Right.
And so a lot of those issues regarding travel and all that stuff, the bottom, everything cuts down to one thing, boom. And that is ticket sales.
Mm-hmm.
If you're putting an ass every 18 inches, then you got job security. And Watts didn't really care who was on top. because the money's all going to him. So the more money we could draw, that's why he fell in love with Dog. Dog didn't do anything but sell tickets, and rarely had the best match on the card. Rarely. Stuff, man. It works.
Yes, it does.
I'll tell you that right now. Look at my body. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, let's talk about Larry Henning. You know, this is a guy who most of our listeners are super familiar with his son, Kurt, Mr. Perfect, as we knew him in the WWF. But long before there was a Mr. Perfect, there was an Axe. What can you tell us about working with Mr. Larry here?
Well, Larry and Cowboy became friends because, again, look at Larry's chest there if you're watching on YouTube. See all the stuff you're missing if you don't pick up this YouTube option. But anyway, Larry was just probably had a 60-inch chest, strong, is naturally strong. I may be naive, but I'm going to stand on this statement. I'd say that Larry never took a performance-enhancing drug. He was a massive human being. You know, one thing about a guy, this is a little trick of the trade, I've used it over the years. If somebody has narrow wrists,
right,
then they're susceptible. It tells me that there's an issue there. This may sound really weird, but you want those guys who got these wrists like Mark Henry. Goddamn, Mark Henry's wrist that wide. It shows potential strength points. His strength, because he's different. You know, he's got something rocking and rolling here. So, but Larry was a buddy of Cowboy's from the gym days in Minneapolis, and they worked out together. And as we pointed out, both of them had those huge chests. Again, probably in that 60-inch range, and they were just, you know, they're compatible. Two big, rugged guys, a lot of similar interests. So when Cowboy got into the McGuirk thing, again, one of the reasons you do that is to have access to talent, and so he was able to book Larry to come down there to do special shots here, there, and yon, and he would use it by promote it by. He didn't have to bring Larry to TV. He just got clips or little matches out of Vern's territory. And so it was always fun to see who Cowboy was bringing in. Most of them, quite frankly, the thing they had in common was big, athletic workers who he liked. And that's not a bad thing when you're bringing in talent. It helps that everybody gets along because it is a very creative, easy. At some point, the visitors got to lose.
Well, let's talk about where we are in 1975. Watts and McGuirk have bought out Vern and Fritz von Erich, so now it's just down to Watts and McGuirk. How do you hear that Vern and Fritz are out? And does that surprise you at all, or is it just business as usual for you?
Cowboy told me, and I knew the dialogue in the office. Again, remember that anything that Mr. McGuirk connected with, I was aware of. That's not a brag. It's not just a matter of fact. So everything that Leroy knew, that includes sitting in the office and because I take notes on phone calls because that's what Leroy wanted. That they'd go over dates and things. You know, we'll bring him in, or you know, hi Moo. She'd come in for her bags of deliciousness, and so couldn't sell sex on a troop train. The women's business has gotten so much better, and thank God they're making a lot of money, and they're having big matches on TV. It's just a great deal. But boy, they can the Moolah could wear out her welcome. It's the same women, the same tag match, same finish, same shit. And Cowboy, for one, would do it just to not have to listen to Leroy. Leroy would do it because he didn't want to have to listen to Moolah. Remember those phone calls? Hi, Moo.
Right.
That's how that worked. Anyway.
Well, let's talk about how things evolve for you. So we've mentioned that you're sort of Leroy's personal assistant. You're working in the office. You're helping promote some towns. Sometimes you're driving the ring truck. You're even refereeing at night. You're working different crews. At times you get the short end of the stick because Grizz wants to take care of his boys, and I understand.
Yep.
But then you get the opportunity, maybe of a lifetime, that changes it all. And just to add context, as I understand, long before you ever put your toe in the water as a wrestling announcer, you had worked in radio. Can you tell us a little bit about your radio background?
Well, I never made any money as a radio talent, but I made a lot of money as a radio ad salesperson.
Got it.
Yeah. And I worked for the first FM country station in Tulsa. And that was and the market was during the urban cowboy craze. So it was fun. It's a fun time in that format at that time in history, in pop culture, because it got to be cool. Urban cowboy and all those songs and all that stuff and little rowdy country stuff. It was good. So I did well in that area. And a lot of my clients wanted me to voice over their commercials. I don't know if it's to stroke my ego or it's just because I didn't charge them or just save money. So anyway, yeah, I enjoyed radio. I enjoyed radio a lot. And I remember, Conrad, all that time, I was a high school and college football and basketball and baseball official. So I had a schedule of, I'd referee high school football on Friday nights and then have a small college game on Saturdays. And then in basketball, I picked my dates. They'd make dates available. They could take them or not. And I did a lot of junior college basketball. And that was the Wild West. And then the same thing in baseball, junior college baseball, small college baseball. So I was picking up these paydays here, there, and yon because, again, if you don't work, you don't get paid. And I like doing the games, especially football. I loved it. Loved it. So it was a great experience. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I did 20 years.
So you finally get the opportunity to do commentary. You're going to be working with Leroy doing color. As we mentioned at the top of the program, he's a blind man. This is a nearly impossible task. I don't know that this could be done today.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Well, you got to approach it differently. That's for sure. Right. And I said this earlier, and to expound on it, just another sentence is that you got to approach it working with a blind a partner. You have to approach it like a radio broadcast. And I don't know how discerning the TV viewer was and watched pro wrestling in the 70s. I got an idea that they didn't care. I was talking a little bit more because all I was doing is telling stories. You can't describe a reverse chin lock in too many different ways and for very long. You got to be telling a backstory and let that filter into what you're seeing on the screen. All the while never totally leaving the reverse chin lock, which there's an art form in it, I think. But anyway, that was an interesting deal. The cowboy, I didn't know I was doing this. I didn't know I was doing commentary until we got in the studio.
Wow. Okay. So you had no chance to prep or anything. Just here's what you're doing today.
I didn't even have the clothes with me. Cowboy gave me $100 bill and sent me to Dillard's. While at Dillard's, I bought a blue blazer. I looked like a little fat weatherman. I bought a blue blazer, light blue shirt, a red tie, and I wore the pants I had with me. And I remember coming back and let me see what you got, and that'll be fine. And he said, "Where's my change?" He wanted his change back.
Of course,
it was like, I bought it's probably maybe $20.
Right.
We weren't buying high dollar clothes here.
Right.
Off the Dillard sale rack, which I was fine with. So, it was quite an experience, but I didn't know I was going to do Boyd Pierce was not available. It was one of his rare weeks off. And Cowboy forgot about it.
Boys and girls, that's a lesson. I don't know, listen, we like to talk about sports here on the program because Jim and I are big football fans and we'll watch basketball playoffs and what have you. And the reality is, whenever someone goes down, that creates an opportunity. And so when Boyd Pierce is out, it creates an opportunity because, well, what is it? Necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah.
We needed somebody to do it. Oh, Jim, you can do it. And you become like an accidental announcer and it changes your life forever and ever. Like the course of your life is forever changed because Boyd was out and Bill forgot about it, right?
Yep. That's it. There's something to be said about right place, right time.
Yeah, timing's everything.
And so I was fortunate on that, those events. It did work out. I found my calling. I found what I could become, at least in my mind. God damn that hair.
I love it.
I want to slap myself.
I think you should grow it out. Wear it to Wembley like that.
Yeah. That's horrible. Anyhow, well, haircuts cost money.
You wrote in your book as you sit down at the desk here, I dipped my head and closed my eyes and tried to summon up the voice of the greatest commentator I ever heard, Gordon Soley. I began to practice my opening to myself at the desk. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Watts, now standing behind me, interrupted and said, if I wanted Gordon Soley, I would have hired Gordon Soley. What? You asked? Be yourself, he said. How important was that advice?
It's everything.
Yeah.
Everything. I use so much of that stuff I learned in the 70s when communicating with talent today. I think all people of influence, I don't have a official title in talent relations in AEW, and that's not a complaint whatsoever. But I communicate with them the same way. They want to talk about them, not you. And I think, and they need positive reinforcement is a given. It's always that way. Because why would you want to pour negativity on somebody that's learning and that you're influencing? So I'm a big believer in positive reinforcement. But Cowboy taught me this. Now he taught hard lessons. He heard me. I guess I was subconsciously doing my Gordon Soley imitation to some degree, and he heard it and he didn't like it. And so telling me just to be myself, because that way, Conrad, everybody should be themselves.
Right.
If you got talent and you got some skill in these particular areas, well, then display it. But God dang, man, I just it was some of the best advice I ever got in my life. And my character on TV has evolved over the years. I'm not the same Jim Ross that did MidSouth Wrestling today.
No.
Or WCW or Monday Night Raw.
Yeah.
So I've had to evolve and change, and that goes with the talent you're calling and the administration's philosophies and things of that nature that some of us don't even think about probably. So I embrace these new challenges, and that's why the business is still fun to me. I don't have any financial pressure, thank God, knock on wood. And so I'm doing it because I love it. Now, I wouldn't want to do it for free.
Right.
But I really still love what I do. It's not a drudgery to go to work.
Jim, this was quite an episode today, man. I didn't know what to expect talking about Mid-South. We really just scratched the surface. I mean, we just got to the point where you're going to call a match and sit down at the desk for the first time. When you first got started in the wrestling business, you started your journey into wrestling. Did you ever imagine or hope that you would be one of the performers in the ring? I mean, you found yourself maybe an accidental referee, but did you ever imagine that you might want to try your hand at being a wrestler?
No, never. I found what I wanted to do.
But did you know that going in that you wanted to be an announcer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. I felt like that was my calling. Now, maybe I was playing mind games with myself, but whatever it takes in that respect
Yes.
to get the job done is what you do. So I put myself in that role that and a lot of it was just because of how it worked out. I thought the only other wrestling announcer of any substance, of any positivity, was Gordon. And Gordon got on TBS, and he got plastered all over it, and that was the first for the boys and the big superstation, and the proliferation and growth of cable. So Gordon was my guy because he was the only guy. Not that he wouldn't have been my guy anyway, but then I found out, and when it became more available, like in Atlanta, Joe Pedicino and Bonnie's show aired on Saturday nights. My God, I watched it every week, it seems like, and it was like 8 hours of wrestling. It was amazing. So you hear all these different shows, which all have to have an announcer, and that was something I thought, well, shit, maybe I can get good at this.
Right.
Let's see how far we can ride this pony. And as Murdoch used to say, don't worry about the mules, just load the wagon. Let's see where we end up. And I knew where I wanted to end up. I wanted to end up being known as the best to ever do my job. And I don't think that process ever ends. At least it doesn't for me, because that would indicate some level of complacency. And that's not fair to yourself or anybody else that gives a shit about you, is to become complacent. So it's been a really interesting run. There's so much. The MidSouth thing was really a unique deal.
How did you stick to it? You're not making a ton of money. You're not within favor with a lot of the guys. And man, I'll be honest, I didn't realize that it got this dark in this space. Like, we first sat down and clicked record, I had no idea that we would wind up talking about some of the darker subjects that we talked about today. I'm glad you were able to be candid and open and honest, and I'm glad we had that conversation. I think it's valuable.
When am I not open and honest, Conrad?
You always are, but
seriously.
Usually when we talk about this, we're talking about the WWF or WCW eras of your career. And we might talk about a guy missing some dates and not being reliable, or maybe he dabbles in drugs. And I'm not saying those aren't things that are important, but I'm saying, man, we talked about, being inappropriate with kids and guys being in the KKK and then, physically assaulting trans people. I mean, this was a dark time, and you really, really wanted this goal, and you had to persevere through here. And I'm sure just it crossed your mind on more than one occasion.
Oh yeah.
I'm not making the right call. Like, all around me is just dark, negative stuff. And you persevered and you powered through, and we're glad you did. Lord knows it worked out, but man, that had to be incredibly difficult to navigate. And just, you have a crisis of conscience at that point. Like, is this where I'm supposed to be? Right.
Yeah. You're right. I second guess myself a lot in certain periods of my career because of where the business had become, what the business had become in that territory. And so then, unfortunately for me, I just assumed, well, if it's that way here, it's probably that way in another territory, as far as the female fans and all that stuff. Everybody had the old term, the rats. Well, we find out that wherever you go, there's women that want to be close to the men.
Right.
So anyway, I'm. Are you sending me text messages?
No. I am excited about next week, though. Judgment Day 2003 will be our topic. We'll be talking about Brock Lesnar and Big Show in a stretcher match, and Triple H defending the world title against
Oh,
Kevin
that's
Nash,
all. There's not
Mr.
much.
America, and Roddy Piper, and the Intercontinental title coming back. Lots of fun stuff here next week. We're going to talk about Mid-South again a little bit next month, and we'll go ahead and wrap up our conversation today.
I guarantee you, Conrad, this show today will get amazing feedback.
Yes.
If we're not, not that you would or I would, but if we load the wagon on promotion and pull out some sound bites, I think that the show will do great numbers, because we went to some, as you said earlier, so well said, some very sensitive topics, and I didn't create the, we don't, people got to understand, we don't even have Conrad and I have bullet point notes that are basically used for dates and places.
Yes.
The editorial content that we provide here, the conversation that we provide here, there's nothing written down. We feel it, and then we do it, and hopefully you like it. Apparently you have for the last several years, and which we're very thankful. Don't ever think we're not. I'll be doing this podcast long after I'm not on television, if my plan goes according to Hoyle. And who the fuck is Hoyle? And why would you name somebody Hoyle? Anyway, so all good, Betty. It's a good show. I had fun today.
Jim Ross is going to be in Baltimore at Celeb Fest. You don't want to miss him. It's May 21st. Baltimore Celeb Fest has all your information. It's going to be a who's who of professional wrestling. The Freebirds are going to be there. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Devon Dudley, our man Danhausen, Ultimo Dragon, so many more. BaltimoreCelebFest.com. A couple of weeks later, Sunday, June 4th, you'll be doing a virtual signing with KNS WrestleFest. You can find out all the information at Facebook.com/KSW WrestleFest. So KS WrestleFest on Facebook is where you need to be. They'll have photos and AEW figures, trading cards, even barbecue sauce. You can even mail in items. That's over at Facebook.com/KS WrestleFest.
Isn't that real cool? Hey, they're going to sell. They bought some sauce and stuff, and that's a good aggressive entrepreneur. The guy's thinking outside the box.
Yes,
I love it. So everybody I work with so far has been great. So it'll all be good. I love those appearances.
You're going to have a lot of fun catching up with your old pals on August 4th, too. The Gathering in Charlotte, quite the lineup. Kurt Angle, Kevin Nash, Abdullah the Butcher, Tully Blanchard, J.J. Dillon, Gerald Briscoe, even Greg Gagne. Lots of folks announced. You can pick up all your tickets and information over at tmartpromotions.com. And, man, we would love to have your feedback. Interact with us on social media at JR Grilling on Twitter and Instagram, Grilling JR over on Facebook. If you haven't been watching the show, today would have been a great day to watch, just to put some pictures with some of these names you're hearing. It's Grilling JR on YouTube.com. That's Grilling JR on YouTube.com. By the way, if your business targets men that are 25 to 54 years old, pretty much no better place to check it out and advertise than right here on Grilling JR. You've heard some of the same sponsors year after year. Why is that? Well, because it really works. There's very little waste. Go right now to advertisewithjr.com. That's advertisewithjr.com. Speaking of nostalgia, I mean, we talked about the very beginning of Jim Ross's career. Well, along the way, my man had a radio show, the old WSB radio show in Atlanta from the early 90s. We've got nearly 50 recordings for you, waiting for you over at adfreeshows.com. You'll hear JR's conversations with Jesse Ventura, Rick Rude, Cactus Jack, Dusty Rhodes, Tony Schiavone, Larry Zbysko, and so many more. Check them out right now at adfreeshows.com. And, of course, this is the time of the program where we remind you it's getting nice outside. I grilled the chicken again last night. It's a Sunday tradition here in my household. I can't get enough of the all-purpose seasoning. It's fantastic. I even tried it on broccoli and Brussels sprouts over the weekend. Fantastic. Go out of your way to check it out if you haven't already. It's jrsbbq.com. They got hot sauce. They got two types of barbecue sauce, the Chipotle ketchup, the main event mustard. Something for everybody at jrsbbq.com. Right, Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some really cool gift boxes with a nice assortment of our products. It's very packed in a very sturdy way. So it better be. I spent enough damn money on those boxes. But business has been good. and we're grateful for that. JR'sBarbecue.com never closes. Don't cost nothing to look, and we're going to be adding some new items. I'm waiting on a shipment of action figures that I'm going to sign, and I haven't figured out if we're going to have time and the logistics to personalize them. But in any event, look for that coming up soon. It's a nice little offer, so it's good. And I would suggest that you can sign up for our get on our email list. Now, don't get scared. We don't do this every day, but when we have a special offer that's coming out, like on, let's say a Friday, I might send you an email on Wednesday, just so you got a heads up. But we don't sell the list; never leaves our possession. You got my word on that deal. I made sure of that before we did it. So anyhow, it's all business is good. It can always be better, but whatever business we have, we're grateful for. So thank you, folks, and check us out. We appreciate the business.
JR'sBBQ.com. And here's the thing, folks. This is more affordable than you imagine. I don't know a nicer way to say this. JR's giving stuff away. You can get an autographed Jim Ross trading card for $25. I just did a double take when I just saw that. I pulled the website up, JR'sBBQ.com. Back when he had action figures in stock, and you heard him just say he's got more on the way.
Right.
He's selling them autographed for $80. Like, you just can't get that. The figure is going to cost half of that. If you see him at a meet and greet, it's going to cost more than that to get it autographed. JR's hooking you up, man. There's something for everybody. Go pick up some sauce, get the all-purpose seasoning, try the mustard and the ketchup. But why not get some autographed collectibles too? It's JR'sBBQ.com. Seriously, the best value around. Compare his prices and anywhere else, and you will be shocked. JR is the man. He's got lots of new swag too over at grillingjrts.com.
Yeah, look at that stuff. It's pretty cool, Conrad. I like that stuff.
Look at that plushie down there. We don't have a life-size JR, but there you go. You got a bite-size JR. That's a little snuggle buddy right there.
Yeah, right.
Listen, Jim, I don't know what I expected today when I clicked record, but this was a fantastic episode. I appreciate your candor. We tackled some subjects we don't normally talk about, but that was your experience, and I appreciate you being honest about your experience. And it would be easy for us to frame it up and say, oh, things were different, but a lot of that stuff was not ever acceptable. And thankfully wrestling has become a much safer and better place because we as a society have become better people, and goodness gracious, thank goodness for that. But man, all the positive stuff you shared about Leroy and Mr. Voss, and some of these names I would have never really had any idea about if it weren't for your show today. So thank you for letting us sit under the learning tree, if you will.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I hope that maybe somebody listening today or watching today on YouTube will leave this with one thought that will help them day to day. And if you just go away with being kind of entertained, maybe getting a laugh here or there, whatever, or getting new information that people like, that's good. But if you just got one, if you can leave with one thing, then I hope that that happens. Because that's what we do. We want to make your life better. The advertisers that we use, we have a run. We got a pick of the litter on the advertisers for our podcast, and we're very leery of who we use and who we advertise, who we partner with, and it is a partnership. So, in any event, it's been a good day, and I feel very cathartic right now. I feel very. I don't get too corny and say cleansed,
right?
But it was really cool to get to talk about something. I hadn't talked about Leo Voss, or much about Leroy actually, because the platform just doesn't come up.
Right.
We'll have to do this again sometime because there's all kinds of, we're doing the movie Millie, and we have all the actors are cast. I can't tell you right now who they are, but you're going to recognize some names. And I think we're going to tape it or film it in Savannah. So I'll be hands-on. I'm a producer. I brought the project to Ash Abelson, and he's did a screenplay, and so there we go. We got the green light. We're on our way, and it's a story about Mildred Burke, based on the movie Queen of the Ring by Jeff Lean, which is a must-read for any wrestling fan. I mean that. I read it 3 times. And I probably could have read it again, but then I took it to Ash. So I got an idea for a movie, and it's It's the underdog, female, single mom. You think the business that we talked about today was edgy? What do you think it was like for women,
right,
in a man's world in the 30s and 40s and 50s?
It's crazy.
Horrible. And so we got a great that stories. I think it's going to. I can't wait. I want to talk more about it because I'm very excited, as you can tell. But it's really cool to know that my vision is something that's going to make air.
Yes.
And I think that's really neat. I'm very grateful for that too, man. It's a lot of good things going on. So, but anyway, Conrad, thanks for your kind words about jrsbarbecue.com. And, we appreciate everybody's support. We don't want to make this a goddamn telethon. I don't need to, I'm good.
Yes.
But let's just enjoy the show. Tell somebody about our show. Get us, hey, you ever heard JR do this podcast? I think we're fairly contemporary.
No doubt, man. We talked about the current stuff at the top of the show. Then we went old school, and we're going to pick up where we left off next month. But next week, we're going back to 2003, 20 years ago. And don't forget, this Friday, you can check out Jim Ross as the voice of Rampage. In fact, he is the voice of wrestling. And we'll see you next week right here on Grilling JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross.
Thanks, Connie. Thank you guys. I appreciate you tuning in today. It's been a fun show. Listen to it again. Tell a friend, and see you later.
I want to give a special shout out to Manscaped. Fellas, blink if you haven't purchased a Father's Day gift yet. Yeah, we thought so. Today's episode is brought to you by Manscaped, the leaders in below the waist grooming. Maybe your pops has had a bush since the 70s. Well, that's okay. Our friends at Manscaped have crafted the total package for his special day. Whether it's for the boys downstairs, his beard, or even the best pair of underwear out there, Manscaped has all of Dad's bases covered. Head on over right now to manscaped.com and get 20% off plus free shipping with the code Jim Ross. From daddy to zaddy, trust Manscaped. Hey, you know that beard trimmer your dad's been using since you were in second grade? Well, it probably needs upgrading, and that's why we think Dad will love the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. It's the complete beard maintenance kit for all of our bearded kings, and the all-in-one kit comes with a beard hedger, Manscaped's most advanced beard trimmer, as well as the shampoo, the conditioner, the oil, and the balm that he needs for his beard. It also comes with a brush, a comb, and scissors, so he can style his beard and mustache like a true gentleman. And how about this? No kit would be complete without the handyman face shaver. It's the smooth finish that we know he loves, and this bad boy is all he needs. It's compact enough to fit in any travel case, so make sure Dad takes it on his next trip. But if he's carrying a lot of body hair, like most dads do, be sure to recommend the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. I really love this one, and I've given this a lot, and a lot of times people think it's a gag gift, and then they try it, and they love it. But if you're looking for a gift that's going to get everybody's attention, everybody's going to give it a chuckle, then they're really going to love it, look no further than the Lawnmower 5.0. They also can take care of Dad's nail problem. Yeah, the Shears 3.0. It's a 5-piece precision men's nail grooming kit. It's everything Dad needs to stay on top of that look and feel. Mom doesn't like long fingernails either. How about the professional grade stainless steel tools here? They look cool. They feel substantial in your hand, and they've even got underwear covered for you. The Manscaped Boxers 2.0 have the jewel pouch. It's a dedicated space that cradles your stones. Go take a look and tell me your dad won't chuckle, and then love these products. Get yourself 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use our code Jim Ross. Never forget where you came from, if you know what I mean. Happy Father's Day from Manscaped. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you are listening to Grilling JR. And of course, we couldn't do it without the voice of professional wrestling, the Hall of Famer himself, Mr. Jim Ross. Jim, how are you, man?
Pretty good, Connie. How are you doing, buddy?
Man, better than I deserve. Excited to be with you today. And first of all, man, high five. Congratulations. You were back behind the desk this past Saturday night, back where you belong, man, on Collision. How cool was that to be back at work, dude? We were excited to see you.
It was great, Connie. It was absolutely great. You always wonder if you can maintain your timing. Excuse me, my nose is running. And how you're going to fit in with two new guys, Ian and
Nigel McGuinness.
Nigel, of course. Goddamn, it's morning. My mind's still catching up with everything. And I had fun working with those guys. They did a good job. They're prepared. They're unselfish. They listen. That's one of the key things about announcing is listening to your partner or partners so that you can connect the dots and not leave something hanging. So I had fun. I had a good time. That and the match that we had, CM Punk and Ricky Starks was with Steamboat. Was excellent. Was excellent. Did you see the show at all? To see the last match at least?
I did. I loved it. Thought Steamboat was fantastic. Thought it was a star-making moment for Ricky Starks, and I just think it's a great show, man. I think it's one of my favorite shows I watch every week. The time just flies by, and I think that's some of the magic of having a 2-hour show and not a 3-hour show sometimes. But
yeah,
it was a great show, man, and it felt special. It felt big, and then I love the post-show stuff that we got to see with Dennis Condrey, getting his flowers from Dax and the rest of FTR, of course, Cash, and well, I guess CM Punk now. He's sort of the unofficial member of there, the CM FTR. Yeah. And man, as I understand it, you guys are back in quote unquote Crockett country, the spiritual home of Starcade. You're in Greensboro this weekend. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I remember the first time I went to Greensboro was when Shivani and I were partners on the Clash of Champions.
There you go.
Clash 1, actually. God Almighty, Clash
Sting
1.
Flair, yeah.
And they went their 40-minute Broadway. They had a draw, so it was a great experience because of all the history in that building from over the years. I kind of tagged into that, enjoyed it. So Greensboro, and it's a nice trip. I'm going to fly to Charlotte on Saturday. Then I'm going to drive to Greensboro, which is only an hour's change. Meet up with Raphael Morphy and connect with him. Then we'll drive back after the show to Charlotte, stay near the airport, and then I'll fly home Sunday morning. So not a bad little trip for me. Had a real interesting week I went to my first infectious disease doctor appointment on Monday, and he wants me to get an MRI, which I've got scheduled, and it'll be done next week to make sure that nothing has compromised my tibia, which is that ankle bone area. So I'm hoping, knocking on wood, that's me knocking on wood, that the bone is still clean, because the last thing I need is to go get treatment for that, which would be a daily deal, and then or have some bone removed. All that shit I don't need. So fingers crossed on that deal, man. It's another challenge. I just got to deal with it. I'm not taking it lightly. I'm not taking everything's cool. Everything's not really cool, but it could be cool. I'll find out next week. So let's keep your fingers crossed for me, folks, on that little deal, and we'll continue to move forward as best we can in this situation. So but I'm feeling good. Feel great. Ready to go to work again this weekend. And the atmosphere at Collision, in my opinion, is entirely different than the mindset of the atmosphere at Dynamite. There's less people, less crew, less talents, so it's a lot calmer. I think the talents have more time to work their matches out, and it seems to be. It's just a different atmosphere. Is what I'm trying to say, and it's a good atmosphere. So always fun. Good seeing the talents. We got a good crew on. I think Punk and Tony Khan pretty much put that roster together, and I like it. Got some good talents. They're motivated. They like it. They like the ownership of that show and the fact that they can make a difference. And I think that's cool. So it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm looking forward to it again. I enjoy being around the talent.
Well, we enjoy seeing you back on TV. So glad that you're back. And man, we're pulling for you on your next doctor's appointment. I know
Thank
that
you.
that's going to be a little stressful, a little anxiety ridden, but we're excited that you're back where you belong. And I can't believe, man, we're just a few weeks away now, less than 3 weeks away from the biggest AEW show in history.
Yeah.
All in. As I understand it, they've now surpassed the number of tickets that were sold for WrestleMania 3. So we sort of talked about when this show was first announced that, in my opinion, this was the AEW equivalent of WrestleMania 3. And now it looks like it's going to be up there capacity wise. This is an exciting time for AEW. And of course, just 1 week later is All Out in Chicago.
Right.
And StarCast is back. And we're the unofficial, I guess, convention partner for AEW on this one. So there'll be a ton of great AEW talent. But we've just recently announced that we'll have Tony Khan on the stage for the first time ever at a StarCast. So we'll be able to pick his brain just 1 week removed from Wembley, which should be fantastic. And we've also announced that Dennis Rodman is going to be making his first StarCast appearance. And I think for the first time in over 35 years, Kawada is coming to the United States. We just announced that last night on social media. So make plans to join us. Bracelets get you access to all of our panels. And that's right, Kawada is going to be on stage with Eddie Kingston. Eddie has such a passion for Japanese pro wrestling and their history, and who better to join him than perhaps the guy he modeled his ring gear after. I mean, Kawada was known for the black and yellow, the same colors that Eddie Kingston dons. We'll learn that and a whole lot more at StarCast. If you haven't already, pick up a bracelet. Come join it. It is a super event for wrestling super fans. You get to meet some of your favorite Hall of Famers and legends and stars of the day, buy some cool swag and merch that maybe you haven't ever seen anywhere else, and hear some stories you won't hear anywhere else. It all happens September 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Pick up a bracelet, get you access to all events, STARRCAST.com. And Jim, we were able to announce once you were back on Collision, hey man, you're back on the road. You're going to be with us at StarCast again. You missed last year. I'm glad you're back, baby.
Yeah,
come on.
I am too. Thanks for inviting me. I'm looking forward to it. I always enjoy meeting the fans, and without them, we have to recognize we're nothing. We don't even need to be. We don't even exist. So I'm excited about that. Fans from all over the country. How are things moving? Or is the crowd going to be good?
Oh man, people are going to be on fire. Some of these things have never happened before. We haven't announced all the panels yet, but we're going to start announcing more and more of those panels. But we've got some fun stuff already announced. Danhausen has his own panel there. What in the world? And as I said, Tony Khan's on stage, Kawada's on stage, lots of really fun stuff coming down the pike. And we still got a couple of tricks up our sleeve, but even Hall of Famers like Sting, man, they're all going to be there at StarCast. We want you to be there too. And if you can't get to Chicago, Premiere has it covered for you. You can watch from the comfort of your own home, live or on demand. And when you order StarCast 6, you actually get StarCast 1 through 5 as well. Talk about a value. And they even give you 2 months of the new Premiere Plus program, which includes their big showcase event that's coming up just a couple of weeks after that, all included with the purchase of StarCast 6. So be sure to check it out at starcastonpremiere.com. That's starcastonpremiere.com. But Jim, I feel like we've got to at least talk about what happened this past weekend. We're all excited about what's going to happen, right? But on the other channel, man, they set all kinds of records for SummerSlam, the most watched SummerSlam in history, the biggest gate in SummerSlam history, the biggest gate besides WrestleMania in history for WWE, and the most sponsorship revenue for a SummerSlam ever. So they've set every kind of record you can possibly imagine. 59,000 folks in attendance there, and lots of folks talking about that show in the following days. But maybe my favorite moment was the Cody Rhodes match, and I wanted to see if you had a chance to see Cody and Brock and what you thought of that one.
I saw some highlights, Connie. Quite frankly, the Monday night, the cold open, which summarized what all happened at SummerSlam.
Yep.
Was very informative. I did not watch SummerSlam from start to finish, but I did see highlights, and I certainly regarding Cody and Brock. I watched the highlights, and I've seen a lot of tape on it. Of course, the picture here that we're showing now was kind of the exclamation point to that match with
Yep.
Lesnar reaching out, raising Cody's hand, shaking hands. It was just really a cool moment. And Cody's he's on his way. I mean, everybody seems to know that all he's building toward is the main event at WrestleMania next year in Philly. So I'm happy for Cody. I saw his mom there. A little shot of her on camera, which was cool. So it was a hell of a match, and Lesnar did business the right way. Can't say that. Can't say anything different. He did the business the right way, and it was really fun to watch. Quite frankly, what I got to watch of it, so it's good. I'm glad they did well. High tide raises all ships, as the old saying goes. So I think that's indicative of pro wrestling, especially. I remember back in the MidSouth days. We're going to be talking about MidSouth here in a couple of minutes, but in the MidSouth days, when WWF at the time was kicking ass and going through all their expansion and all the stuff, it was just amazing how much it helped the Mid-South business. So I believe, I'm glad that all companies are doing well. I'm glad that we're not talking about one brand versus the other.
Yep.
And all that shit. Just enjoy. If you like wrestling, period. So that's kind of where I am on that deal. So I'm glad they did well. My congratulations to them. And we hope to be able to replicate some of those same traits over at Wembley Stadium. It should be we started late announcing matches, and apparently, damn, my nose is running, and it's kind of cool that going this long without any matches and ticket sales being as they are. I'm not sure exactly what the number is today. I haven't looked. I just know it's good. And so what are we at now? Over 70,000, over 80,000? I don't know.
Over 78,000. Yeah. Last I saw, we were really close to 79,000 tickets, which is just crazy.
Yeah, and that's a real number.
Yes.
That's not a WrestleMania 3 number. It's
right.
It's a real, no, it really is. It's a real number. The real attendance for WrestleMania 3 was in the 70s, which is phenomenal, but I think it was listed as 93,000 or something like that.
I think the actual sold or the actual attendance for WrestleMania has been vetted as being 78,000. And as you and I are recording this, WrestleTix over on Twitter on the 4th gave an update saying that All In is set up for 84,048 tickets. And of that, they've distributed 78,189. So there's about 5,800 tickets left to move to be completely, quote unquote, clean.
Yeah.
And what's amazing is, as we're recording this, there's been one match announced. Normally, when you have a big show like this and you're in the nitty gritty just 3 weeks out, we've got 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 matches. So you got to think as we get closer and closer, as more of those matches are announced, we've got a real shot here to get 84,000 folks in there. That would be, I mean, it's already unbelievable, but the idea that you could sort of hang your hat on, hey, we sold out Wembley, that when they first announced it, I remember a lot of online pundits saying, boy, if they get 30,000, that's a win. Boy, if they get 40,000, that's a high five. They've doubled that now. It's really impressive.
Yeah. And you got the walk up to consider.
Yes.
And, a lot of people that don't have an overabundance of disposable income will wait as long as they can to retain that money until it's go time, walk up time. So I feel confident that there's a legitimate chance we're going to meet the goal of selling out the damn thing. And if so, good on us. Good on us. The MJF and Adam Cole match is certainly, we're hanging our hat on that right now anyway.
Sure.
I look at it looks like it'll be Punk and Samoa Joe, which I said on TV the other night I would pay my way. I said that tongue in cheek. I'd pay my way to London to call that match if given the opportunity, and I would, quite frankly, to be honest with you. So it'll be good. Card's going to be loaded. Talent's going to be very, very motivated to make their mark on this amazing event and contribute. So it's a great experience. I'm looking at it, and I'm very motivated to be a part of that show somehow. If I call one match or two or three, whatever Tony Khan wants is fine with me. But it should be good. We got no shortage of announcers. We got a good announcing crew, so it looks like everybody should have a opportunity to contribute. And that's kind of what you want to be. You want to be in a position to contribute to the success of a major event. And by God, this is a major event without question.
I mean, I think when it's all said and done, people will talk about this as being, the biggest event in AEW history, certainly. But at the same time, I also believe it's fair to say that, this besides WrestleMania is going to be the biggest wrestling event of the year. Not just in terms of attendance and gate and all those sort of business metrics, but just fanfare and interest, just from the fans. By the way, I want to mention, you briefly touched on, hey, don't forget there's the walk up. We're not even factoring in the walk up.
Right.
Well, a couple of days ago, they had a Monday Night Raw, of course, the Monday after the big SummerSlam show. And as I understand it, they had like an extra 1,000 folks roughly do a walk up the day of. So I've seen some people online say, oh, well, nobody does walk up anymore. But I think they added like 900 tickets between SummerSlam and the actual event on Monday night. So if your walk up is, 900 and change or so, if that's the real number for a Monday Night Raw, you got to think that it's not out of the question that you would have 2, 3, 4,000 as a walk up there. And we're not that far away from a sellout. So I'm pulling for them. I'm excited to see what's coming, but I'm also excited. We're tagging in on a big topic here today. One of our best reviewed episodes ever we did earlier this year. We sat down to talk about MidSouth, and it became a darker conversation than we planned. So we changed the name of the show to The Dark Side of MidSouth. We're going to pick up where we left off. Maybe it won't be as dark, but here's what you can count on with JR. He's going to tell you the truth. And we're going to have a lot of fun talking about his start in professional wrestling and his love of MidSouth wrestling. But before we do, since I said the words Dark Side, I wanted to see if you had a chance to see the Marty Jannetty Dark Side that aired earlier this week.
I have not. I've been for doctors and running around here and there. I haven't seen it. How was it?
Man, it was interesting to say the least. They get into the rumor and innuendo that surrounded Marty Jannetty's post on Facebook a handful of years ago, where there was an alleged murder discussed behind a bowling alley. And they interviewed a bunch of different folks, and man, the ending is not exactly what I expected. So if you like Darkside and you support what they're doing, I highly recommend that you check it out. That was their season finale. They finished with a bang. Marty Jannetty was the subject matter, but today we're keeping it between the ditches, as I like to say, talking about Leroy McGurik and the Cowboy Bill Whites and all things Mid-South. You wrote in your book, Mid-South was rolling along just fine because Bill loved to keep an iron fist on all parts of the business. He wasn't afraid to put his foot down when he needed, especially when the wrestlers he fought so hard to protect. Most of the boys would take Cowboy's famous fines with their mouths shut, but some wouldn't, like Dick Murdoch. We talked a little bit about Dick Murdoch in our other episode, but talk to me about the fines and how Dick handled those fines with the Cowboy.
Oh, Murdoch was a classic. I remember talking to him one time. He got fined for something, I think being late. He was habitually late. Cowboy hated people that were tardy. Didn't understand why people couldn't tell time and be there. He wanted you to be at work on time, mentally ready to go, and in shape and motivated. And so, and Murdoch could do all those things. When Murdoch wanted to perform, he was just about as good as anybody I've ever seen. And I've seen him the best in these last almost 50 years. But Dickie told me one time, he said, well, I got Cowboy this time. I said, what did you do, Dick? He said, well, he fined me. I can't remember what it was, $500 or something like that. And So Murdoch decided that if he didn't move forward on this thing, that Cowboy would and not cash the check, because he got fined almost everything he was going to make. I mean, Cowboy hit him hard on this, but it had been a repeat offender. And Dickie, I think, sometimes just wanted to see how far he could push the big Cowboy. And they had that Oklahoma Texas rivalry thing going, and Bill was the boss, and Murdoch was the anti-establishment. So consequently, Murdoch says to me, "I'm not going to cash that check, and he'll never be able to balance his checkbook." That was his comeback.
My goodness.
He'll never be able to balance his checkbook. He'll always be looking for this money, and I'm not cashing his check. And so then Murdoch took the check and framed it and put it in his bar in Amarillo called Dick's Dive. And there it was on the wall. So Murdoch really got back. Dickie, it's funny how guys think, right? But Cowboy was very meticulous with his money, obviously. And so Murdoch's idea was, well, he won't be able to balance his checkbook. He'll be frustrated. He'll be pissed off, wondering what the hell happened. And so that was Dickie's deal. But when Murdoch was motivated and he was in a program that he liked and then working with somebody that he liked, he was about as good as there was. There was talk, more than casual talk, about Murdoch becoming the NWA champion at one time, believe it or not. But the promoters were just worried about his, Dickie was like to clown around in the ring sometimes. He had his Three Stooges routine, and he had all kinds of things that he did. But he was tough to. I got along with him great, and I had a van, and he liked to drive. He's like Tony Schiavone. He liked to drive, and so Dickie drove my van, and we drank beer, and he drank more than me. He could drink more beer than the only guy I saw that could drink more beer than Murdoch was Andre.
Wow.
And, yeah. So Murd had two hollow legs, I used to tell him.
So, I've never heard that before. I love that.
So he was a hell of a character. But the thought was, can Dickie work well enough as a babyface or a heel to travel these territories,
right,
and represent the NWA title as it was intended to do? Well, the answer was yes. Great worker. But what are you going to get? You getting a Three Stooges comedy routine tonight, or are you getting, I remember refereeing a match one time. He had a great program in Mid-South, did Murdoch, with Killer Carl Cox, who was one of the best workers I ever saw. A great heel, great strategist, great psychology. And I'm refereeing. And I remember we were in Baton Rouge. Remember like it was yesterday. And Murdoch Cox pushed Murdoch back in the corner and started doing comedy. And Cox, they're in a serious angle. I mean, they beat the shit out of each other. A lot of blood, a lot of violence, a lot of aggression. And so Murdoch was farting around, and Cox was pissed because he felt like that's going to cost him money in their serious angle. And it was a good point.
Right.
So I'm standing on Murdoch's left because he's right-handed. So if you're a referee and you got somebody going in the corner, you want to get it off their dominant hand so that you don't get hit in the face with an elbow coming back like that to punch somebody. And Cox, he didn't rear off. He had like a 6-inch punch. Boom, boom. And he knocked Murdoch's ass almost out. His legs went limp.
Oh, wow. And
I grabbed one arm to hold him up because Cox told me to. Grab him. And then Cox got the other arm and swung Murd back into the corner. But it's just a different, I can only imagine when guys are doing comedy today, when they occasionally do it, and how that would work in those days. I know how it would work. Guys took everything very seriously. Yes. They only got paid off the houses. They didn't get there wasn't pay-per-views. There wasn't merchandise was not a big deal. Added a little bit, not much. So, but when Dickie wanted to work, he was about as good as you could find. It's just what you get. On some days you weren't quite sure what you're going to get. And I also noticed that I can't remember when Cowboy passed out the checks. I think it was midweek at TV or something, the interviews, and then the TVs. And I always thought that was kind of a mistake, because guys would get boo-boo faced before television if they didn't get the payoff that they thought they deserved. But Cowboy didn't care. You're getting what you earned, and that's that. So it was an interesting education in so many areas of pro wrestling. For me, to be a future administrator and executive officer, blah blah blah. It's like getting a PhD in this shit. So it was crazy. There we are. Cowboy and good old JR. I remember that tie. Jen bought it for me. Nice tie. Big Cowboy. Bright-eyed. Boy, he was smart. Great strategist. But he had that Vince Lombardi feel about him. The former coach of the Packers, who was a staunch disciplinarian, had rules that you had to adhere to and abide by. And so, and the irony of that is Cowboy really never changed. If you came into the territory, you knew that there was a fine system in place. Cowboy didn't have many rules, but he expected you to adhere and to follow the rules that were laid out. And I don't think that's a bad philosophy, but his problem was Cowboy, and I love him. He's still alive and well, sharp as ever. He lives in the Ozarks, in retirement. He's in his 80s, and sometimes his presentation skills were a little bit stiff, and some guys could adapt to the stiffness. Some guys couldn't. That's his booking book. I've looked at that a million times.
He once broke that book out to talk about the Superdome. And the first pro wrestling event at the Superdome happened on July 17th, 1976.
Yeah.
When Leroy McGurik was still running the city with Bill Watts as his booker and partner. Watts, this according to Dave Meltzer here, spearheaded going into the Superdome, a move that most thought he was nuts to try. New Orleans was not known as a good wrestling market, and it's not like they were frequently selling out the arenas.
Right.
Watts felt, and correctly so, that if he put on a loaded show, the likes of which people in the city had never seen, the lure of wrestling at the Superdome would draw people who would normally never attend. In many ways, this was the beginning of the concept of quarterly supercards. Now, I just want to put into context what Dave is writing there. This was the beginning of the concept of quarterly supercards. Now, we know in 1983, again, remember, this is 1976. In 1983, around Thanksgiving, Jim Crockett Promotions is going to run Starrcade, and that's like the quote-unquote first mega show, or at least the one that people are talking about with closed circuit and sort of the precursor for pay-per-view. Mm-hmm. But when the WWF decides in 1988 to spin off and not just do a WrestleMania, but to actually do a SummerSlam and a Survivor Series, and they followed up with a Royal Rumble, those became those big 4 quarterly events. That's more than 10 years after this. So Cowboy was a real innovator here and somebody who's rolling the dice in a big way. You were there for some of this. What do you remember about the Cowboys' idea to, if you build it, they will come? Man, let's run the Superdome.
Yeah, he was very motivated. He thought that the concept would work, and it did. I was not at the first big event, but I remember the poster. The window poster was very colorful. They had just adorned the town with all these posters. They had a low end ticket so that it didn't keep anybody from coming if they chose to, at least from the price of the tickets. I think it is like $76,000. which sounds like nothing now, but then it was a lot. It was an awful lot of money. And of course, with that comes the expectation that you're going to get this biggest payoff you ever got. And for some guys, that may have been true. For others, it wasn't. And for those that it wasn't, it caused a little bit of dissension. And Michael Hayes this very day believes that he and the Freebirds got screwed on a big payoff when they work with Dog. And I shall get a kick out of it. Because if I can bring it up somehow, he'll run with the story. It's pretty cool. So with great success comes great expectation.
That's right.
And when you're paying on this discretionary income, so in other words, the discretion of the paymaster, i.e. Cowboy, could be put in question because there wasn't a formula, so to speak, as to how you arrive at a payoff. It was Cowboy's judgment based on the house and the available money in the talent pool. So again, with great success comes great expectation. And some guys, after all these years, still believe that they got shorted on the payoff. But that's not a new concept in pro wrestling. Guys think they got shorted a little bit on the payoff. It happens more often than not, and it's kind of expected, quite frankly. So, but he was shooting for the stars there, and the other thing about that is that he knew that if we had some success, that it would maybe motivate talents who are moving from territory to territory to come in and get booked in Mid-South, and get a run there. So it had a lot of advantages. It had some disadvantages that some might not think about, but he had a hand-picked roster,
yep.
a lot of really good workers. And so that was kind of how the whole foundation was built, on talented workers who were physical, good psychologists, and it was just great. I learned so much there. I would never have been an EVP of WWE or anything along the lines of success I had in talent relations, et cetera, if I had not first worked for Cowboy in Mid-South. I got my foundation there, and sitting at his side, hearing him talk to talents, hearing him talk to other promoters, was really good. I sat in a conversation with him one time with a noted NWA promoter who was called to represent the other promoters, to tell Cowboy that having a black booker, Ernie Ladd, and having a black top babyface in JYD was going to kill the business. It's going to kill it, because in that era, you had, if you had blacks on the card, it was like one. So and that's stupid. So I remember Cowboy telling the guy, I said, green is my favorite color. Green.
There you go.
And these guys are selling tickets. So it was, and that's how he handled it. And he didn't change his philosophy. He didn't replace Ernie. JYD walked eventually. So it was pretty cool. It was really, I look back so many times and what I learned on what day and how I interpreted what he did is pretty cool. So I owe Cowboy a lot for that. It was a difference in me sitting here in a beachside condo in Jacksonville Beach to living in a trailer house in eastern Oklahoma.
Well, they all showed up for that first Superdome show. We talked about it in 1976, man. 17,000 fans were there to see Terry Funk retain his NWA World title against the Cowboy. It was a doctor stoppage because Watts was bleeding too badly to continue. It was also a blindfold match between Dick Murdoch and Killer Carl Cox. 4 matches deep, headline attractions as far as that goes. Andre the Giant and Buck Robley taking on Ken Patera and Bruiser Bob Sweetan.
What a
Dick the
prick.
Bruiser going to a double DQ with Abdullah the Butcher. It's a pretty loaded card, and man, fans showed up. They wanted to see that NWA World Title match. They wanted to see Andre the Giant and Abdullah the Butcher. 17,000 fans. You thought it was maybe a $76,000 house. Using the handy dandy inflation calculator these days, that would mean $407,000.
Wow.
They're going to come back on July 22nd, 1978, and have 23,800 fans. And Meltzer would say that set what was believed to be the all-time indoor gate record for pro wrestling, $142,675 for a show that was headlined by Ray Candy beating Ernie Ladd in a cage match. The other top promoted matches were the North American champion Paul Orndorff beating Bruiser Brody and Dusty Rhodes wrestling superstar Billy Graham. A loaded card, but again, think about that main event. It's Ray Candy and Ernie Ladd in a cage match. Man, Ray Candy's a guy we don't hear nearly enough about. What can you tell us about Ray Candy?
Big guy, African-American gentleman, nice fella. But he had a good program with Ernie. Ernie wanted to make Ray. And Ernie has looked at the whole lay of the land. And in Louisiana and Mississippi, how you catered to the black fan was important. And there were a lot of African Americans in that region of the country. So Ernie had an angle that would appeal to those people very prominently, and they turned out. If you said today, well, we're going to headline this big dome show with Ernie and Ray Candy, people might, Ray Candy. Ernie I could see, but Ray Candy, I don't get that. But Ernie got him ready. Ernie's TV time and Ray Candy's how he was used on Mid-South television. A big, strong black man. And Ernie could talk him into the building. There's a shot of Ray Candy. Nice man and a big fella, big athletic guy. Real high-pitched voice. I remember that. But he was a nice man. And I enjoyed being around those guys. They were all excited about what could be, and they all probably knew, Connie, that they're going to get their biggest payoff in their careers. A lot of them, some not maybe, but most are expecting the record payoff for them on this show. So everybody was in a pretty good mood, and it was always good. New Orleans was always great. Cowboy had his restaurants he'd like to go to, and I got to tag along, which is always nice. Get a free meal, good meal, and listen, and listening to Cowboy made me a better hand, for lack of a better term, in wrestling.
The history here of Mid-South, I think, sometimes doesn't get the spotlight it deserves. I just want to read that sentence again from Dave here. It was believed to be an all-time indoor gate record for pro wrestling at the time. So he has the vision in 76 to run the Superdome, has 17,000 fans there, has the gumption to run it again 2 years later. This time there's not 17,000, it's 23,800 and an all-time indoor gate record. I mean, I know these days everybody's talking about WWE, but that was not something WWE was doing. I mean, appreciate what we're saying here. This is the new high watermark here in 1978. Let's talk about August of 79, though. That's when Leroy and the Cowboy would split. Watts wrote in his book, "Not long after our Superdome success, I knew it was time Leroy and I went our separate ways. Generally, one can take the arrow shot from the front, but it really hurts. It can even destroy you. To get shot continually in the back." And that's what I felt Leroy was doing at the time. In 1979, I told him we needed to split, and he didn't like it. He reacted by suing me for embezzlement, and it hit the front page of the Tulsa World newspaper. You were there for this. What do you remember how this went down and the hurt feelings all around?
Well, it was just a long relationship that ended abruptly and rather abrasively. Cowboy had a counter for that, as always. The irony was, I think we had some quotes on this, is that, Cowboy didn't handle the money. He booked, he made the payoffs, but he didn't handle the money. So for him to be sued for embezzlement for something that he didn't manage or have involvement in was going to be hard to prove. And so Cowboy countersued. And as many lawsuits go, once there's a fight back or a reaction, it was settled. And they went on their separate ways. But Leroy was getting up there in age anyway. You find that when Cowboy was on the road, a lot of Leroy's hangers-on would come to the office and go through the booking book and want to make changes, or they ask Leroy a lot of questions about why are you doing this or why are we doing that. And they weren't even booked. They're just guys that were unemployed wrestlers who hung around and stirred shit. And Bill got tired of all that. It's a lot of, as he would say, Leroy's cronies. A lot of wrestlers that Leroy knew back in the early 50s and things like that. They're still hanging around, man. And it just drove Cowboy crazy. And they screwed up a good deal, quite frankly. And so the lawsuit proceeded. Cowboy countersued. And soon thereafter, the lawsuit was dropped.
Yeah, it's written in Cowboy's book. I called him and said, well, Leroy, you've done it now. You've gone public with this and slandered me. Have you forgotten I never handled the money? You and Dorothy handled the money. How could I embezzle from you? I'm going to countersue you for slander, and I'll end up owning your ranch. His beautiful cattle ranch north of Tulsa was his pride and joy.
Yeah, that was in Claremore, Oklahoma. That was Leroy's sanctuary. And he bought that ranch for years before. And he was, even though he had no sight, he loved going to the ranch and the calmness and the serenity that it provided him to get away from his hangers-on and the stupid-ass storytelling, lying. Everybody had their hand out for something. And he wasn't going to lose that ranch. And he knew that by advice of his attorneys that, you kind of screwed up here because we can't prove embezzlement for a man that doesn't handle the money. So that's pretty obvious. So that's kind of where that was. And Cowboy then had the ship to himself, which it needed to be. It was time.
He immediately dropped the lawsuit and agreed to split. Bill writing about Leroy here. He kept Oklahoma, Arkansas, our part of Missouri, and Wichita Falls, Texas. I said I wanted Louisiana, and he said, then you'll take Mississippi too. And you wrote in your book, much to everyone's surprise, I stayed in Oklahoma, Leroy's turf, because I had a complex family issue unfolding there. I'd just been through a divorce, which I knew was my doing, and I wanted to be closer to my daughter. Without Bill to keep a lid on the prevailing shenanigans, Leroy's office quickly developed into a political cesspool, with the old stooges tattling on each other, trying to curry favor. The more power the stooges gained, the more I could feel myself getting squeezed out. Watts's boy, quote unquote, was not loyal to the cause. Talk to me about that.
Well, Leroy, see, I was young, and I was they had high hopes for me to be involved in the business, and more than just hauling the ring, which I did, ring crew. I remember going to the place where they installed trailer hitches and had that installed in my car, so I could haul the ring, so I could make an extra couple $100 when they had a spot show, which is at a high school gym or something. So I was taking up a spot, and Grizzly Smith and his cronies were certainly, they didn't want me around. And I got tired of that bullshit, getting booked where you're going to go from Thursday night in New Orleans to Friday night in Oklahoma City for $40. Didn't even pay for your gas. So they were starving me out. So I said adios, and I had a department store in Westville, which is my hometown. And I just said, I'm going home and build this business as best I can. and but it was just the office politics. That's why I don't like them. I was a victim of it, and I don't like them at all. And it was tough, but here we are.
Let's jump into your relationship with Bill. You know, you've always been known as quote unquote, Bill's boy or whatever.
Yeah.
But when this split happens, I was even shocked reading your book that you wound up sticking with Leroy. Were you getting any shit from Bill for that?
No, not at all. He knew that when he had something for me, and he called, I would be ready to work. Bill and I had a great relationship, still do. But at that time, there was so much unrest. He was reorganizing his staff, opening up his own office. He had I can't remember this lady's name. God dang, I had it tip of my tongue. She was his assistant, Georgianne Say, Seay, I believe. But she was she was like a CPA type lady, smart, and kept Bill's all the books and all this stuff. But he was reorganizing that. He had to get an office. He bought a house in Bixby, 116 Breckenridge, I believe it was, right across the street from the old Sonic, which I liked. Walk across the street, get me a Route 44 Diet Cherry Limeade about any time I wanted it. So, but that got me to back with Bill. But no, we had no issues. He understood. I had a business. I had a young daughter. Kind of a rocky marriage. So I made what I thought was the best decision for me at the time. So, and he honored that. He understood.
Eventually, you start booking spot shows, bringing Leroy as your partner, and you wind up booking a series of shows featuring the McGuire twins, and one of their opponents was Bob Sweetan.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about what Sweetan did with these McGuire twins?
If you're watching the video, look at the face of this dirty bastard. What a horrible human being. Convicted of child molestation. He got deported from America back to Canada. I think he was from Vancouver in that area, British Columbia. But he was a bully. It's plain and simple, really simple. And the McGuire twins were in the business because of they were an oddity. They were 600 pounds. They're identical twins. But here's the key thing. They sold tickets to come see these massive twins. And remember the shot, Conrad, of those two guys in those little scooters?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That was a picture we used all the time in these local markets. So you could get, I would do a thing where I would send them the picture and caption it so that they couldn't screw up the ticket sales or the date and time, venue, place, whatever. Right there it is. Good job. Look at old Silva. He's right on top of things. But I don't know which one's which. They both had Y's. Figure that out. You do the math on that deal. I think they were Canadian ladies. So Billy and Benny, I think they were from South Carolina originally, I believe, somewhere in the South. But Sweetan would take liberties. I mean, he'd slap him in the face hard, cuff his hand and hit him in the ears, squeeze here, squeeze there. I refereed the matches because I was wanting, I didn't want to increase my payroll.
Right.
So I did the refereeing, and I had a ring crew. So we put the ring up. I did as much as I could do. And he was just being a bully. And I've refereed matches, Connie, where literally in the middle of a match, you could hear them weeping. They were scared. They were being physically punished. And I remember back in those days, we had these tag matches. They were so fat they couldn't even stand on the apron. So it's always like the old Texas Tornado tag-like scenario where, they started out in the ring and stayed in the ring. So, but they blow up. God, and just horrible. I felt so sad for those guys. One time, we're selling out of these little high school gyms. Sweetan and Siegfried Stanky, whose real name was Bill Lehman. He was a former college football player down in Texas and a coach, and nice man. He wasn't a party to Sweetan's horse shit. So I remember at one night we had a great house. Things were good. And then I would call Leroy at his home, and he and I would go over the payoff. So I would have a thought in my mind about what the payoff should be. Leroy would up it or down it or what have you. And so we'd do the that deal. It was cool. But man, oh man, I went back into, they were crying, and of course the next thing you hear out of their mouth, Connie, is they want to quit.
Right.
We're going home. Well, I had a lot of shows booked, and they were headlining them all. And I went down to talk to them, and they were both naked in the shower. And so I remember I go in the shower, stay out of the water, and I'm trying to offer them an inducement of more money. We'll give you a food allowance, whatever. And so one of them meekly says to me, "Jim, will you wash my back?" Why, sure I will. So I washed the McGuire's back to get them to stay in my little spot show thing, and I figured the solution is going to be real easy: get them different opponents. And but Sweetan was a prick, a horrible man, and I was always surprised that he was a good worker. I'm not going to take that away from him. He was a good heel for Cowboy to beat up in competitive matches, and Sweetan loved to get blood, and Cowboy loved to give it to him. So, but he wasn't Cowboy's kind of guy. We talked about that. I said, "Bill, why the hell did you keep that son of a bitch around?" Well, we had nobody better. It's a team thing. He was a key player. So anyway, it was interesting times, Conrad. You got to be a little bit of a psychologist. You got to be a good listener. And it was just a interesting time to be JR in that era as a young 20-something-year-old guy trying to learn. Hell, I hadn't been on the road. I was learning something every single day.
I love we're getting to talk about names I've never heard of, like Siegfried Stanky. Man, that's a name I've never even heard of before. I mean, that's a name that I don't think
there he is
discussed on a lot of different podcasts here.
He's the guy's bald, the goatee, of course, Sweetan's the other guy. Stanky was a good guy, big old offensive lineman, as I recall, and real smart guy, nice man. And he'd shake his head at some of the things Sweetan did. Sweetan would cheat playing poker. I can't remember. I got in a poker game with him, lost my ass, and he cheated. And I didn't know he was cheating until one of the boys told me. And of course, that was my last poker game with Sweetan. But he just was not. I learned more about it. The more I learned about it, the more I wanted to be as far away from him as I could. But because of the territory, he provided a service. He was a good heel. He had a lot of TV time, and but boy, he took advantage of it. He took advantage of those two big kids, and we were very lucky we didn't run them off.
Hey, let's talk about how it all comes to an end with you and Leroy. I think you've written about that you were fired. Is that right? What happened with you and Leroy? How did that get sideways?
I don't know if I was fired. Where'd you hear that? Did Silva tell you that?
Silva did tell me. He got in my ear and said, "Ask him about when Leroy." Seriously, what happened? How did that come to an end?
Conrad, I'm drawing a blank. I don't think I got fired. I quit because of the miserable work conditions with guys like Grizzly, and Jack Howell, the referee, was another miserable human being. And the drugs were flowing in Louisiana, and I would venture to say a lot of underage sex. It was horrible, and it was not the way to run a business. and eventually Cowboy would make some changes personnel wise that would eliminate some of those issues. But I don't think I was fired. I'm trying to think. Maybe I was. If I was, I'd say I was. I just don't remember being canned. It's just, Leroy's business was he didn't have the talent that Cowboy was able to accrue. He didn't have the talent. It was just, Cowboy was able to go out and he brought in Alpha and Sika, who I really enjoyed working with. I remember going to pick him up at the airport in Tulsa one time. That's another one of my jobs, errand boy, and I went out to get them, and they were running out of the airport chasing a guy, and apparently the guy had said something to them disrespectful. They were wearing we call those things the lava things. They're island attire.
Yeah.
And as they were running, a couple of joints fell out of their attire, and that caused a stop they stopped chasing and started looking for their joints. It was a Wild West show, man. It was a Wild West show, and two nicer guys you could never meet with than Alpha and Sika, and Cowboy loved their toughness. The thing about working in Mid-South in Louisiana, as far as being a heel, you had to have courage, and you could not show any fear to the paying customer, or you would be taken advantage of, either going to the ring, leaving the ring, going to your car, wherever it may be. Louisiana was a different breed of cats for live events. Just violence and aggression. I remember leaving the ring in Lafayette, Louisiana, again as a referee. We had a hot finish. Heels went over. And I learned early on that when that happens, the referee should always leave with the heels. If you leave with the baby faces, you're a target. And I left the first night there with the baby faces and tried to, my pantomiming, I didn't know, I didn't see this, I didn't see that. And it was just dangerous. And the cop that was taking me back and us back had a pool cue, the fat end of a pool stick, hollowed out, and it was filled with a lead piece of lead. So it was heavy, but that was like a nightstick, billy club, whatever you want to call it. And I remember vividly, man. It's a terrible sound. Walk into the dressing room, and a guy grabs me by the neck, around the neck, or whatever, trying to pull me back. And the cop hits him across the arm with that pool cue, loaded. And I heard the bone break.
Oh.
And the guy screaming in agony like he'd been killed. But I kept having things happen like that on the road, and Bill liked my refereeing. I was young, and there you are. He liked a new face. He liked my work, but I knew that this was not something I'm going to do for a long time.
Right.
Just not. So I kept trying to move up the ladder, gain another skill set, put more tools in my toolbox so that I could move on to, let's hopefully say, greener pastures.
August 2nd, 1980, according to Dave Meltzer, Watts does arguably the greatest angle of his career. Dave would say it's a takeoff on the Blassie Tolos angle from 71 in Los Angeles, where they have Michael Hayes use some hair removal cream that winds up in the eyes of Junkyard Dog, who Watts was promoting as his biggest star. And it was announced that JYD was blinded and would never wrestle again. A couple of weeks later, JYD's then wife gave birth to a daughter, and it was promoted that even though blind, JYD would come back in a dog collar match inside a cage against Michael Hayes that drew 28,000 paying customers and $183,000 gate. Both were indoor pro wrestling records. Again, this is 1980. The NWA is doing their thing. Crockett Promotions doing their thing. Certainly Florida doing their thing. Memphis is starting to gain some steam. New York is on fire, and the records are being set by Bill Watts here. What do you remember of this Michael Hayes and JYD blinding angle that people still talk about as being a high watermark for that?
Serious heat. It was serious heat. It was believable. It was an angle that people could relate to. And I think that was the key. When a man says, thanks to you guys, I'll never see my daughter, it struck home. It was personal, a personal issue, as personal as one could get, quite frankly. And Michael was just such an amazing heel. And Michael could talk him into the building, and he was almost proud of his accomplishments. So it was just a perfect storm. And I think that's the match I was referring earlier about. To this very day in 2023, Michael Hayes will tell you that story of how bad he got screwed on that payoff. I think sometimes he does it more for just to entertain himself.
Of course.
But he's he helped make that happen, and did a great job. Great job.
Guys, you've been hearing about Blue Chew for a while now. If you haven't tried it already, why not? BlueChew.com is helping guys needing extra confidence in the bedroom because of things like age, stress, or anxiety, and they can help you too. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. And now they also have vardenafil mint flavored chewables with the active ingredient in Levitra and Staxin. Blue Chew's tablets help men combat all forms of ED. Because Blue Chew is an online prescription service, that means no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. And it ships right to your door too, all in a discreet package. Now the process is simple. You'll sign up at BlueChew.com. You'll consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. And the best part? It's all done online. Blue Chew's licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Don't like swallowing pills? No problems here. Blue Chew's tablets are chewable. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA. They prepare and ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy too. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And here's a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code JR at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com. The promo code is JR to receive your very first month free. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring today's podcast.
That was a hell of an angle, man. The personal issues that's what sells. And there you see a nice shot there. Look at babyface Michael Hayes there on YouTube.
Of course, he is a heel, but he is a young, baby-faced Michael Hayes. Let me ask you about or I just want to add some context because I know I threw it out there, but I want to just connect the dots. The story here, it's one thing that, oh man, he's been accidentally blinded and he'll never get to wrestle again. That's the end of his career. Okay, that's sad. That sucks. But then when the baby's born, he'll never get to see his baby girl.
Wow.
My goodness. Now it really is a personal issue. Like, okay, wrestling's one thing, but man, he's got a kid he can't even see. Just fantastic storytelling. It sets all kinds of records. And then just a couple of years later, in 1982, Bill officially buys out NWI Tri-State from Leroy. It's all back in part of his territory. Watts would write, after promoting MidSouth by myself for a couple of years, I decided it was time in 1982 to go back into Oklahoma. I was kicking ass in Louisiana and Mississippi, but I lived in Oklahoma. So I finally said, what the hell am I doing? Leroy's group was going downhill. He had George Scott booking for him, and George had a reputation for being a good booker in the mid-Atlantic states in the 70s, but I thought his concept of booking and his finishes were about as exciting as watching grass grow. I checked on how Leroy's TV shows were doing, and I found they were in arrears with every television station they had. Leroy owed those stations a lot of money. I got his Little Rock station, then Tulsa, where they liked Leroy, but saw my ratings were much higher than what he was getting for them. When I got to Oklahoma City, that meant I had the territory. What do you remember about this move? And what can you tell us about his take on George Scott's booking ability?
Well, George is a basic fundamentalist, and didn't he had if George Scott was oatmeal, he had nothing on it.
Okay.
It wasn't seasoned. It was fundamentally sound, but the key thing there is that getting talent into Leroy's portion of the territory was very challenging, and they were a lot of guys that other territories just didn't want and didn't want to work with, older or really young, and it was not a good mix. There was not a lot of star power in the locker room whatsoever, if there was any to any degree. So, it was kind of a celebratory situation because Cowboy was having all this success down in Louisiana with those Superdome shows that we were talking about. And I just figured that he would bring that same talent base to the North End in Tulsa, where the office was going to be. And I thought that was really cool. And it opened the door up for me a little bit better because I didn't want to travel everywhere with a young family and all that stuff. Because I hadn't really decided that pro wrestling was going to be my one and only. I eventually came around to that line of thinking, and I'm glad that it did, or you and I would not be talking here right now, quite frankly. But it was kind of a celebratory deal. Cowboy coming in, he bought this house, as I mentioned earlier, down in Bixby, across from the Sonic, and he turned it into a real nice office. Of course, he lived down in Bixby on his ranch. And ironically, when I got divorced, I moved to Bixby as well. So it worked out geographically for me really good. And he paid me well. He paid me really well. He paid me really well until I found out what Bill Dundee was earning, low six figures, and I wasn't. And I was doing a lot of work. So I went into Bill and said, look, I'm not going to bore you with this, but I don't think it's equal or justified that I'm making so much less than Dundee, who was telling me what he was earning. He was the booker. He was bringing all those ideas from Memphis in and rerunning them, which is great because they by and large they had been seen before and they worked. So I was happy that whole thing went through, and it kind of put Leroy out of his misery because he was so frustrated about the talents and not drawing, and they just weren't selling any tickets. It's tough. I felt bad for Mr. McGuire. There's a shot of him. If you're not watching this on YouTube, you should be checking it out.
Yes. So
Leroy's he's another one of my mentors. It's just he got old. He had his blind handicap, and he had surrounded himself with less than positive people. So it was time. It was time for him to move back to the ranch.
Let's talk about a little excerpt from your book. Jimmy, the familiar voice, said over the phone, I need you to put together some ads for me. It was Cowboy, and I could tell by his voice he was in a real good mood. So he should have been. Things were looking up for Watts in the wrestling business. The Houston territory had just joined the Mid-South territory out of necessity for Houston promoter Paul Bosch. He would write, how would you like to come work for me, Jim? Watts asked before I could finish my sentence. I was stunned, but my body filled head to toe with a rush of adrenaline just at the mere thought of it. I wanted more than anything to get back to the business I love, to get back to ringside, to get back on the road that aged me. Before I could answer, Watts continued, things are getting bigger, and I want you to come on board as director of marketing for MidSouth Sports. Yes, I said immediately. I knew it wasn't the job I wanted. I knew it was an offer that I could sell to all the people who wanted me to just settle down, my wife included. I was back in the wrestling business, but not back in the wrestling business. I'm the marketing guy. I'm back in, but not back in, but I was back in.
Yeah.
I love this. And I want to know, like, what was life like between, you going back to work for the Cowboy and things winding down with Leroy? What were you doing in between there?
Well, I had a store in Westville. I had a department store, Conrad, in Westville, and it was doing okay. But I was felt locked in. I felt restricted back in my hometown where I grew up, which is not a bad thing. But for growth of a young, ambitious entrepreneur, it wasn't a thing to do. So I was doing that. I ended up bankrupting. I went bankrupt in that store,
Oh,
and so that was tough. Dealing with that, going bankrupt in your hometown is after being the, all American boy there and having success as a young man. It was hard to handle. So that's what I did. I was doing that. The store got bankrupt. I moved to Tulsa, got a job at KTFX country music. It was an FM country station, and that was about the time of the urban cowboy craze and all that stuff. So we did well at the station. I worked a morning drive shift with the general manager. Excuse me, and then I went out and sold. Had a client list, and was doing pretty good. I was making more money than I was in my store. But then I started. That's when I really started doing more for Cowboy. And then the more I did, the more time it started to take. I was placing ad buys in other markets. I was writing radio copy. I was recording spots, things like that. Working on promotions. I had a beer night. Don't ever have a beer night at a pro wrestling event. I learned that in one night. It was hard to maintain. I mean, when you got free beer or nickel beer or whatever it was, God Almighty, you're just feeding the savages more fuel. So we only had one beer night, and but I used radio a lot. I always found it amazing that so many of Bill's peers in the wrestling business did not believe in radio. What they didn't believe in, Connie, was spending more money,
right.
and justifying it. So we did that and made relationships in all these markets. So it worked out real well in that respect. But it was a kind of a long route to get back, and a lot of things just worked out in my favor. And Bill just made me an offer that was really good. And then again, when I got working with him for a while, he paid me. I was making six figures back in those days, and I thought I was doing pretty good.
Let's jump right back into it here. We've got to tell the best parts of the story, I suppose, because we know that not only are you coming back, but Paul Bosch is now working with Watts. What can you tell us about how that deal came together? Paul Bosch in Houston, just an iconic legacy promoter for decades.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be working with the Cowboy.
Yeah, no, no kidding. They were like oil and water sometimes. Both really smart guys. Paul Bosch is a great Houstonian. He did so much charity work in Houston, all good causes, and was just an outstanding citizen of Houston. But he had an ego. He had been used to running his town, and he may have run Beaumont occasionally or things like that. But he had one way of doing things, and so instead of confronting Conrad, instead of confronting the Cowboy, he would throw a little bit of that my way, because I was the kid who's Watts wants to use on commentary. And the best way I could illustrate that relationship that I had with Mr. Bosch was, we had a stick mic. We didn't have a headset. We didn't have two headsets. We didn't have one headset. We had a stick mic. So he would hold, when he wanted me to say something or was nice enough to let me say something, he would put the mic in front of me and I would start my spiel. But when he was through, when he had heard enough in his mind, no matter if I was in the middle of a sentence or not, he would take the mic back and finish his business. Wasn't fun. And then I got in the back and Cowboy would say, I told you to say during dogs match to talk about blank and blank. You didn't talk about either one of them. What the hell's wrong with you? I said, your partner, I said, you look back at the tape. He didn't want me to talk. That's something you got to settle with him. I can't give you what you want if I don't have a microphone. So, as much as I respected Paul for all of his civic work, he was quite the character, bigger than life. I know Bruce was a big mark for Paul Bosch because he was,
Oh yeah.
So Bruce might not agree with my assessment of him, but Mr. Bosch had a huge ego and he didn't want to change anything, but his business was down. And the reason it was down because of talent. Cowboy had the talent, and Houston was not out of the way to route, as far as Southern Louisiana coming over to Houston, easy or somewhat easy. So, but Paul didn't have any significant talents. I mean, we had Rock and Roll Express, we had Junkyard Dog, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. We had some hot guys, and they popped Houston. I think Houston made as much money as during that time as it ever had, is my understanding. I might be wrong. You should ask Bruce sometimes; she'll tell you. But Bruce loved Mr. Bosch, and he should. It's like I love the Cowboy. Not much different.
Eventually, you get the call. You still interested in broadcasting, Jim? You bet your ass I'm still interested, I replied. We'll start you back as a ring announcer. You have experience there. Then we'll see how you go. And later, I want to try something new on the promos, Jimmy, Watts said. I want you to be the interviewer. You're already doing all the publicity, so you know what we need to put out there. I was thrilled, but a bit shocked. These local promos are the lifeblood of the company. Whatever you need me to do, I replied. Show me what you want. And he cuts you off. I'm not going to be involved. You're in charge. Man, you want to talk about a vote of confidence?
Yeah.
I mean, just to add context to this, these localized promos, I mean, let's just call it what it is. Wrestling television back then was an infomercial to get you to come out to the shows and buy tickets.
Yep.
And we're constantly showing you the start of angles and the start of feuds and big money moments. But in order to see the conclusion, well, you need to come on down to the arena and bring $10 and pay for parking. And well, the kids need a ticket, and we got a special offer for you this weekend down at the blah, blah, blah. So you're doing all of that and becoming sort of the stick man for these money promos these guys are cutting. And a money promo meaning they're trying to sell tickets. And you're now an integral part of that, not just marketing it to sponsors and television stations, but the actual, not B2B, but now B2C. I mean, you're selling tickets directly to the consumer with these promos. And without those ticket sales, well, there's no revenue. This is before licensing is crazy and television rights, and there's no pay-per-view. If there's no ticket sales, man, your ass is out of business. So this is quite the opportunity for you and a hell of a vote of confidence from the Cowboy. Fair to say?
Yeah, it was. It was a big deal for me. Hey, Dave, put that picture back up with Cowboy and I sitting at the desk. There you go. Look at the circles under my eyes.
You're a tired boy.
It looks like I hadn't slept in a week, and it may be close to true.
Yeah.
I wasn't lazy, but man, the hours was immense. And Bill was reluctant to remove Boyd Pierce from the host because it was always about, welcome to Mid-South Wrestling. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and here's Cowboy Bill Watts. Then the next thing he would do is, hope you enjoyed Mid-South Wrestling. I'm Boyd Pierce for Cowboy Bill Watts. So long, everybody. There's old Boyd. I kind of look like a pair of brown shoes at a formal wedding in that picture. Again, the circles. Bad haircut. I needed a makeover, Connie. I needed some sun, and I needed a haircut. But Boyd was a classic guy. What a fun guy he was to be around. So things just kept evolving. And the only thing I could do was to do whatever those new jobs were really, really well. I was actually getting as much TV time as Boyd, for example, because 3 times during an hour's wrestling show, I would be on in those breaks talking to a talent or 2 talents about, uh, you know, what's going to happen in Baton Rouge, what's going to happen here in Lafayette, or what's going to happen in Jackson, Mississippi, or wherever it may be. So it was a huge responsibility, but it kept getting me more exposure, which finally then evolved into my moving to the desk, sitting next to Cowboy, which is kind of what I always wanted to do.
Well, you get your way, man. And boy, wrestling is never the same for you. You're going to be off to the races, and there's so many things that happen behind the scenes. We could talk about MidSouth forever. I'm sure this is part 2 of many, many, but I do briefly want to ask you about some of the talent trades that Bill would do with Jerry Jarrett. It felt like he was always trying to keep things new and fresh. And I know you've said here on the program before that what wrestling fans want is new.
Yep.
Eventually, you get to meet Jerry Lawler through this process.
Yeah.
And it's funny now with the benefit of hindsight, what we know now, we didn't know back then how this would wind up, but what was your first impression of Jerry Jarrett and more importantly, Jerry Lawler?
Well, Jarrett was very smart. You could tell he had his act together. He was smart, sharp guy. Been booking that territory, running that territory in Memphis forever. And he was good at his job. Very good. And Lawler was, I couldn't believe when he and I did a match together on Mid-South, Jerry Lawler and I came out there and at Jarrett's suggestion, Cowboy wanted to appease Jarrett in all ways, acquiesced. And so one match on Mid-South, here comes Jerry Lawler for his first announcing experience with JR. Of course, we had no idea where that was going to go. We're certainly not where it went. But I knew, I was shocked, pleasantly so, of how good Lawler and I fit. First time out. It's just we had a lot of the same mindset. We had the same timing, situations. It worked fine. It was scary how good it was. But he and I had a great chemistry from the day one. I don't know how to explain it. It just happened. And God, it made life so much better. It made WWE that much better over the years when we became broadcast partners. So it was another day learning, and I had so many of those, and I'm blessed to have them.
You'd obviously be spending a lot of time with the big cat, Ernie Ladd. What can you tell us some of your favorite stories about working with Ernie and what you learned from him, really?
Oh, well, I learned a lot about interacting with African-American athletes, and I hadn't been around them that much. And Ernie liked me, and I liked Ernie a lot. He was a very strong influence in my career. We would meet in Shreveport on Tuesdays, every other Tuesday. And then on Wednesday night, we would produce 2 one-hour Mid-South TV shows. Earlier on Wednesday, we would do the promos. So all the talent would come to the TV station, KTBS, Channel 3 in Shreveport. And we would go in their studio and do our interviews for the towns to sell tickets like you're talking about. And then on Tuesday night, after we go over the TV, and Ernie would escape his browbeating from Cowboy, who never liked the first pass at anything. He wanted to explain this. And so I'd listen to Ernie explain to Bill what we're doing on TV. God, it was great. So then after the meeting, Cowboy would let us leave, and we would go down the hall. I remember a lot of times we stayed at the Holiday Inn Holidome, largely because it had remote control television, crazy as it sounds. And we'd go to my room, smoke, and play dominoes till half the night. It all depended on if Ernie was up or if he was down. If he was down and I was beating him, we'd play till he got closer. We were very competitive in our domino games, and I still love to play dominoes. Just don't have very many people to play with anymore, but I learned a lot through those domino games, Conrad. I heard about the Bible. I heard about Bible verses. I heard the stories of the AFL, the American Football League. You know, Ernie was a powerful influence of that league. He got the All-Star game moved one year from, I can't remember what town, out of New Orleans, ironically. Ernie was a good man, real good man. He was like a brother to Cowboy. And sometimes when they talked, you know, I remember Cowboy said to him one time, God almighty, Ernie, if you were so smart, you wouldn't be an N. I'm thinking, okay, I'm dying right here. You just called a 6'9", 300-pound, great athlete, big, strong, fearless athlete, the N word. And I was in shock. I asked Ernie about that. I said, he said, well, he has a way of hurting my feelings from time to time. He said, I know he doesn't mean it. So well, I'm sure glad you know that, because I was figuring you were going to kill us. And he started laughing. But I loved Ernie. Learned so much about life, dealing with people, things like that. You know, Ernie was the backbone of the Junkyard Dog. Ernie was the guy that created it with Cowboy. But Ernie got to book it the way he wanted, and made JYD one of the biggest stars in the world.
Let's talk a little bit about the change in the product for MidSouth. I mean, it's different from the cartoon characters that we would maybe see in the WWF. Is it that nitty gritty, down and dirty, brawling, blood? I mean, is that sort of what made MidSouth different from, say, Jim Crockett Promotions and the WWF?
Well, maybe, could be. We had a style, and it was based on physicality and logic, booking that made sense, and giving the fans a conclusion, and not open-ended finishes. There was a conclusion in most of the things that we did that would lead to next week. It was probably the greatest example of episodic television that I have, of any company that I ever worked for, because we had a roster of 14, 16 guys, not many. And so some of them had to lose. So they all learned to improve their skill sets so that they could have a loss. But, you know, if the announcers are doing their job, the talents are doing their job, you hope that even in the course of losing, you come out on positive on the other side. And there's a way to do that. I think last week when we had on Collision, Connie, I think Ricky Starks left the ring after losing to CM Punk in better shape than he was before the match started.
Agree.
So it's like the old saying, you know, you can go over or you can get over. You sure as hell want to get over. To go over in a meaningless match that, you know, loses some luster, but you can lose and get over if everybody's doing their job. That's how the business was designed. Because, you know, they didn't have dusty finishes in the Thez era.
Right.
You know, that was the promoters and the audience demanded a conclusion. It might make you happy. It might make you sad. If it made you sad, maybe you could hold out hopes for a rematch and a return. So now you get guys, well, I beat him once. They have excuses.
Yeah.
They're rethinking the business. And that's embarrassing sometimes to think that you looking at the logic that some of these dudes utilize. It's just hard it's the old head scratcher. What are we doing? So you got to learn to work. And if you learn to work well enough, then you'll learn how to lose and forward yourself. And that's a good example of that, as I just mentioned, is Ricky Starks and CM Punk last week on Collision.
Let's talk about Jim Cornette. I know we're winding things down here, but boy, he was a big part of
big part.
Talk to me about his contributions to Mid-South.
Well, Corny brought a great mind. He was an amazing talent. I've always said that I think that Bobby Heenan was the best manager that I ever saw all around. But right there on his heels was Jim Cornette. Heenan could take great bumps because he was a former worker, and he knew how to take bumps. He was great. A great ass whipping, as the cowboy would say. Corny was right there. He was, I don't know. He was a huge get for us, a difference maker. And I know that he would, all those years, him watching tons of hours of pro wrestling television and having worked in that Memphis territory, that cowboy drained Corny for ideas. And Corny, showing his future booking chops, was able to communicate with Cowboy in a good way. So that was great because it was fresh ideas. It was the Midnight Express or Heat was a big thing in our territory, period. If you had the balls to be a heel in Mid-South and you got over, you're going to draw a lot of money because people are going to leave their homes, venture to the venue to see you get your ass whipped. That's the bottom line. Corny was a great addition. And he went there. There's Ray Fernandez, Hercules Hernandez right there. Another nice guy. Left us way too soon. And but Corny he made everybody he managed better.
Yeah.
Without exception. And like you mentioned earlier at the top of the show today, FTR and Punk acknowledging Dennis Condrey. You know, yes. I didn't know Dennis had that voice health thing. You know, where he has a hard time talking.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. I hadn't seen him in years, but he was a hell of a hand. And then you put him with Bobby Eaton, you got magic. Then you put him with Jim Cornette, and you got a team of average-sized guys that set it on fire. And we're blessed to have had Jim Cornette on our team back then. He was special. And to me, he said, hey, look, Conrad, you and I are a little eccentric. Corny's an outspoken guy. His podcast world is good. I'm happy for him and all that. But he was a keeper and a great talent. And he had a lot of heat, boy. And to his credit, he wasn't afraid. If he was, he didn't show it out of character. So Jim Cornette was special, and he still is.
Well said. Let's do some questions. We've got a live studio audience today. Of course, when you sign up for ad-free shows, not only you get these shows early and ad-free and a ton of bonus content, you get to be a part of our live studio audience. I want to thank everybody for showing up and showing out this morning. Let's do a question here from Coach Keith Morrison. He wants to know, JR, what's your fondest memories of Irish McNeil's Boys Club, and what do you rank it as far as places to do television taping?
Well, it was a little dump, to be honest with you. And we had one bathroom. You know, it had two entrances into the locker room, which is the same room. It just looked like we had two locker rooms, one for the baby faces and one for the heels. But it had character. And, you know, we had that same little crowd on pretty much every week, a lot of the same faces. It was a typical territory scenario. It's like studio wrestling, except it was at a little venue there on the fairgrounds there in Shreveport. So a lot of great memories. It was just a special place and time where all these things came together. and but it didn't. The facilities weren't great. I remember talking to Boyd Pierce, and we'd do a show. Then you'd leave your table and walk to the back and up the stairs to the quote unquote dressing room or dressing rooms. And Boyd would say, "Man, this is the longest walk you'll ever take. Because as soon as we open the door, we're going to know if he liked it or he didn't like it." Because Cowboy was not on the headset. We didn't have anybody on the headset. He went over the show. He gave us our bullet points and expected us to get them in. So, but Boyd, Boyd had a good point there. And you never knew. You never knew how it was going to be received. But it was a campy little place, very, very tight, but great memories.
Aaron Sheen wants to know favorite moment from your time in Mid-South, and is there anything you would change?
Oh, I'm not a big changer. It happened for a reason.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I had a great time working for Cowboy. It was an adventure every week. He was smart enough to change bookers. While I was there, we had Ernie Ladd, we had Buck Robley, we had Bill Dundee, we had Ken Mantell. Among those I can think of off the top of my head. So Cowboy was smart to always try to infiltrate, his company with fresh ideas. Dick Slater was a booker, not a great booker, but a booker. And Dickie didn't make it because Cowboy demanded everybody be on time. If you're going to have a meeting at 10 a.m. to go over TV, he expects the TV to be written. And sometimes Dickie was late. Sometimes he didn't. He had the first hour done, but not the second hour. That didn't go well with the big band. So, but Cowboy was smart, and that which gave me, I've always said, you've got to change creative influences as long as one person is in charge to make the final decision, and that was Bill. So it was always fun in that regard, and kept different, and kept it fresh, and I learned a lot from all those bookers.
Matthew Podcast Network wants to know 2 questions. I guess we'll just do the one here. Can you share a memorable moment or match that stands out in your time in Mid-South Wrestling?
Well, there are a lot of them, but I think some of those matches between Buzz Sawyer and Jim Duggan are unforgettable. They beat the shit out of each other. I don't think they liked each other. It certainly didn't appear that they liked each other the way they were working. But Duggan and Buzz Sawyer had some displays of violence that were still etched in my mind. But there were a lot of others. Midnight Express. Think about this, Conrad. Think about a fresh, young Midnight Express versus a Rock and Roll Express in matches that you had never seen before. They had worked together some, but remember, the Midnight Express were created in Mid-South.
That's right.
And of course, they grew up with Ricky and Robert, the Rock and Roll Express, in that Memphis territory. So they had a familiarity with each other. So I really, I'd say some of those early midnight rock and roll matches were really, really good. But the Duggan Buzz Sawyer feud was legendary in that part of the world.
Let's do one here from the Roach. He wants to know what outlaw promotions ran the Mid-South territory and how did Watts respond to them?
Well, there weren't many of them.
Yeah.
They didn't make any money. I don't think he responded whatsoever. What did you expect him to do? Bust in during the show and beat everybody up? I don't. I'm sure there were some outlaw groups running. Why not? Free country. But it was not an issue. Wasn't on Cowboys' radar.
Watts has been a polarizing figure in wrestling, for better or worse. And Peter D has a question about maybe one of the darker sides of his personality. Hi, JR. Bill Watts is regarded as a bully with talent. Did he pick and choose who he would target? I assume no one pushed Dr. Death around. I wasn't there. Peter D wasn't there. You were there. What about this narrative that Watts was a bully? Did you see it? And how did he go about picking targets? What would set him off, if you will?
Well, he had 2 or 3 rules. As long as he adhered to those 2 or 3 rules, you didn't hear shit from him.
I got you.
So can you come to work on time, Conrad?
Right.
Can you be straight when you get here? And can you give me maximum effort? If yes, then you're way down the road on being on the Cowboys' good side. He had no, he did not, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. He was an equal opportunity offender. What nobody says. He didn't. I've seen him shoot Junkyard Dog's ass out unmercifully because dog was late or lazy or whatever. And but yeah, he didn't pick favorites. If you screwed up and you got on the shit list, you had to wipe, and he would wipe really hard.
Ari Rosenbaum wants to know, after Watts bought the territory from Leroy, why was Mid-South not a member of the NWA, but was still loosely affiliated with the NWA?
Bill didn't want to give the NWA any his money.
There you go.
He thought it was a joke, good old boy deal. And he also had a thought, his logic was, I'm not going to join the NWA, but I am going to use the NWA champion, i.e. the Nate. I used Flair a lot. And the way that worked was Cowboys' justification for getting dates on the champion was, if you ever get sued for antitrust situations, you can say that that some of your people that use the champion or talents are, they're independent. You can't sue me for, I'm trying to think how to put this, Conrad. It's not like you can say, we're gonna have the, you can't have a lawsuit over this. I'm missing a word here, and I can't think of what the hell it is. So his deal was, I give you guys an out. I'll bring the champion in. I'll make the champion a lot of money. At least that's the plan. And then we'll move on. You'll get your little piece. Champion will make some extra cash. But I'm not going to be a member because I'm helping you guys, quite frankly. So that way, somebody sues you, you can't say it's a closed circuit type, the closed business. In other words, you're going to be a member. So therefore, some of those lawsuits would never have stuck. So that was his reasoning. He's never a member, was never going to be a member. The money that he made, he wanted to keep.
Jay Sharplin has a great question, and I didn't know this. Being that you're the celebrity face of OU football, I've always wanted to know, when you were first introduced to Mid-South, Boyd Pierce said you went to Oklahoma State. What's the story, if any? Thanks.
I did. I went to Oklahoma State on a scholarship, academic scholarship for a year, I think it was. But OU is always, it's like they won.
Yeah.
They're winning.
Yeah. How do you not pull for that? Yeah.
How do you not? You're right. So, but I went to Oklahoma State because I had help, scholarship wise. So, and my mom and dad kind of wanted me to go there. It was an agricultural type thing, and they were still holding out hope that I was going to do something along those lines. I think I was there a year. Then I transferred to Northeastern State in Tahlequah. Love that small school atmosphere. And so I don't dislike Oklahoma State. Out of respect for my Native American brother, Jerry Briscoe, I support him every game but one. I guess this will be the last year that Oklahoma State and OU are going to play for the foreseeable future, which I hate. It's disgusting. They should have kept that game somehow, some way, non-league or whatever. But yeah, I like OSU, but the Sooners are my team.
Lori E has a great question here. Hello, Mr. Ross. I loved MidSouth Wrestling, but was Riser Bowden as cool as he seemed? What was the atmosphere when Cowboy smacked Jim Cornette in that angle?
Oh, Reeser Bowden. Reeser was the booth announcer at KTBS. Cowboy got him on the payroll, good PR. He was very laid back. I remember him doing an interview, I think, with Super Destroyer in the studio. He's sitting in his little high top chair, and somehow the guys got rambunctious and inadvertently knocked Reeser out of his chair. And then we went to break and made sure he was okay. And I remember him saying this. He said, I don't like being treated like a plate full of piss. A plate full of piss. So, but he was pretty cool. He's laid back, pretty cool guy. Calm, cool, collected. Didn't get too excited. Had a nice, smooth voice. But he was a good dude. He was there for a long time. A lifer at that station.
US expat fan says, hi, Jim. If you could take a couple of wrestlers who are currently active back in time and drop them in Mid-South, who would you take and why? Is there a wrestler today or a few maybe that you can think of who would have been a good fit for Mid-South?
Samoa Joe would have. Conrad. Samoa Joe for one. CM Punk for one. It's slipping my mind. I embarrass myself sometimes.
Lance Hoyt,
the big guy in the House of Black.
Oh yeah, Brody King.
Brody King. I love him.
Yeah.
I love the House of Black in general, but Brody King's a man's man. So he would be one. I said this before, Cowboy would have loved him. You know, athletic big men, draw money. Still works today. He's 300 pounds, right at it, I'm guessing, and athletic, move his feet, moves around well. So, as a matter of fact, I think they're in that main event Saturday night. So with FTR and Punk. So if I'm not mistaken, but they're good. They're really good. And he is a keeper. He's a guy the Cowboy would embrace as best.
I bet Cowboy would have liked Keith Lee too. Big
no doubt.
Dude, athlete, athletic. Yep. I mean, amazing.
I agree. Good call.
Let's do a few more and then we'll put a bow on this one. Don Wayne wants to know, when JYD left, did JR know he needed to move on as well?
No, hell no. I wasn't going anywhere. I was loyal to Cowboy.
Right.
He's paying me good money. And I was going to show my loyalty by sticking with him. You know, that didn't work out well for JYD. He had a couple of real good years thanks to his merch and so forth. And in WWF at that time. But no, hell no. I didn't have any. Now, would I like to have gone to WWF at that time or at some time? Of course, because they were considered the major league. They were the big time. They were big stuff. But I wasn't going to do it at the sake of my relationship or my loyalty to Cowboy.
I know I'm doubling back, but you know, I just thought of another name, a big athletic dude that Cowboy would have liked. And Powerhouse Hobbs, that's got Mid-South all over him, doesn't it?
Yeah. Ernie would have molded Powerhouse Hobbs into another dog.
Yeah.
And it would have worked. Willie Hobbs is a stud. And
he's going to be a big deal in wrestling for a long time.
I think he will. I really do. I think he's got a great upside and a great future.
Two more. Peter D wants to know, hi, JR. The crowds at Mid-South appear older than crowds today. What were the differences that you've seen between audiences then and now?
Well, the demographic changes a little bit. The arena shows seem to draw more of the younger guys, younger fans, rowdy fans, 18 to 34s in age group. But those ones that were coming to the TV, they were all regulars. Hell, it's almost like some of them sit in the same seats. So it's pretty cool.
Let's Let's do this as a big finish. Instagram or wrestling historian wants to know what's the most important thing you learned from Bill Watts?
Listen to your audience. Listen to your audience. They'll tell you what they like. They'll tell you how much they like it. And it's up to you to recognize it and embellish it. So understanding your audience and what they like and what they want and what they need to see. Give them a surprise every now and then, and make it as good as you can. But understanding your audience, it's like doing market research. You can't be successful selling anything unless you understand where your audience is, where your customer base is located, and how to reach them with your sales message. Cowboy was a master at that.
Next week, we're going to be talking about SummerSlam 1998. It was the highway to hell, two baby faces on top. Good guy Stone Cold against good guy Undertaker. The company's never been hotter. We're going to talk about that title match. We'll also talk about Hunter and Rock and another epic ladder match from MSG, but a little different from the one we saw at WrestleMania 10. Of course, you get all these shows early and ad-free over at adfreeshows.com. And man, we are loaded down with bonus content. We just rolled out a brand new program called Tuesdays with the Taskmaster. We've got Monday mailbags with Mike Chioda and Nick Patrick. We've got the Insiders, where I talk to people maybe you don't often hear from, like Dan Bynum is my most recent one. We've got Ask Conrad as a bonus feature there. We're also doing something called a false finish. And as soon as we finish recording here today, I'm going to be catching up with yet another talent. That was an accidental series for us. Chris Harris was so phenomenal. I said, man, we need more of this. Glacier was guest 2. You're going to love guest 3. And maybe my favorite piece of bonus content I create every month over at Ad Free Shows is the book. We have Jim Crockett Jr.'s Red Books from the excellent penmanship of J.J. Dillon and the genius booking mind of Dusty Rhodes. We're taking you episodically, day by day, week by week, month by month. You'll see the actual handwritten notes, and we'll get the backstory behind the story from a member of wrestling royalty, if you will, Mr. David Crockett. It's all happening over at adfreeshows.com. You can even be a part of our live studio audience, and we've got a bonus piece of content from every single show on the network. So you'll get a little bonus Q&A where you're live on video asking JR and other hosts all your questions. That happens at adfreeshows.com. By the way, if your business targets men that are 25 to 54 years old, no better place to advertise than right here on Grilling JR. AdvertiseWithJR.com has all the details. And I also want to mention, if you're looking forward to seeing Jim, well, man, pick up tickets, AEWTIX.com. He is back on the road for Collision. And on August 20th, he's going to be at WrestleBash in Fairfield, New Jersey. The AsylumWrestlingStore.com is where you can find all the info. The AsylumWrestlingStore.com. And of course, a week later, man, he's in Wembley. And a week after that, we're all going to be together in Chicago for StarCast. Come see JR on the road. And if you can't see JR in person, the next best thing is to get a little JR delivered to your house. And the way to do that is JR'sBBQ.com. Yes, he's got action figures. Yes, he's got trading cards. But he's also got 2 types of barbecue sauce, your Chipotle ketchup, your main event mustard, the jerky, the hot sauce, and my favorite, the all-purpose seasoning. Something for everybody right here smack dab in the middle of grilling season. It doesn't get any better than JR'sBBQ.com.
Yeah, they make great gifts too for the wrestling fan and your family. So check it out. It's worth a shot at giving it. It's all family recipes, and it's growing well, exponentially. Always do more business. Always appreciate the business, but look at it as something new to try. Tastes good, affordable. We'll ship it to you. And if you have any issues, as some have done, they've messaged me if their shipment was coming late or whatever. We can't control the shipping, but we can follow up on it and make sure you get what you bought, what you paid for. So JR'sBBQ.com, our online site never closes. Give us a shot. We appreciate your consideration and your business. Every single order is appreciated very much. So thanks, everybody. Hey, I want to thank all the folks too in Charlotte last week. I had a huge line. I'm not saying that as an egomaniac, but golly, the fans are just wonderful, and we had a great turnout. I'll be making more appearances here, there, and yon. Moderation, my boy, as my dad would say. So we're going to be doing some of those. Everything is good, man. Life is good. I just got to just keep working on this, getting healthier. And I'm doing that, doing all I can do.
Well, we're pulling for you, Jim. Can't wait to talk to you again next week. Can't wait to see you this Saturday. You're going to be in Greensboro for Collision. Tickets are still on sale. Be a part of this show. Anytime you get to see wrestling in Greensboro, it's a good time. It's AEWTIX.com. We also would love to have your support on social media. If you've got a question about SummerSlam 98, you can ask it right now. It's at JR Grilling on Twitter and Instagram, Grilling JR over on Facebook. And the easiest, cheapest way to support the show is check us out on YouTube, Grilling JR on YouTube.com. If you're like me, I mean, I'm 42 years old. Some of these stories and these characters I'm hearing about, I've never heard of these folks before. So to actually have a photo reference of this and getting to see some of these memories from JR's upbringing in the professional wrestling business, it really adds another dimension to the podcast. So thank you for listening to us on your podcast feed, but be sure to check out the shows every now and again over on YouTube. Just having some visual aids just brings this whole thing to life. It's Grilling JR on YouTube.com. That's Grilling JR on YouTube.com. Jim, I appreciate all the time today. I just love talking about Mid-South with you. Can't wait to do it again. But I'm excited to talk about the business being hotter than ever before when we cover SummerSlam 98 next week.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It was a great time, Connie. A lot of good memories, a lot of great backstories. So I'm looking forward to that show. And we appreciate everybody's loyalty. Tell a friend about our podcast and watch it grow even more. So we're blessed and we appreciate you guys.
And we'll see you next week right here on Grilling JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross.
See you in Greensboro, TNT, 8 o'clock Eastern for Collision. Should be a hell of a show. I love that show. Like Conrad does too. So it's going to be more physical, I think, than the other AEW produced shows. And that may get me some heat. God damn it. Jim Cornette. But I just believe that we got something special we're building there. If you haven't watched it, tune in. Check it out. 8 o'clock Eastern Time, TNT, Saturday night. See you there.
So long, everybody.
Hey guys, Eric Bischoff here. Now, if you need cash without the controversy, the team at SaveWithConrad.com can help. But don't take my word for it.
Hi, my name is Richard Smith. I'm from Moss Point, Mississippi. One of my friends at work said I just been refinancing and my interest rate was 9%, and he said he got his for 2.3. So I said, well, maybe I should try. Got a hold of Diane. She kept in touch the whole entire time. We owned 2 houses, and we rented one out, and my renter quit paying, so we gave it back to the mortgage company. And because we did that, we had to wait 3 years for an FHA loan to go back through. The one thing that Conrad said on his podcast was, we'll never tell you no. We might say, not now, this is what we need to do, and we'll make sure we get it done. Well, prime example, 3 years. And when they say no money out of pocket, there's no money out of pocket. They figure it out. But like, she was so quick that, don't worry about this, I got this first. That's what impressed me the most. My name is Richard Smith, and I saved $700 a month with SaveWithConrad.com.
And unlike the dirt sheets, these reviews don't lie. With over 1,000 5-star reviews, find out for yourself how much Conrad and his team can save you by checking out SaveWithConrad.com and do it today.
NMLS number 32416, equal housing lender, SaveWithConrad.com.